I have the green square. That should mean we're good.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What the
10 seconds.
fuck?
Have you clicked the announcement, Penny?
Whoop, I have now, because
Thank you.
I can see we're live.
Lovely. We are indeed live.
Once everyone gets through the ads.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Well, we are live. People just need to get through the ads.
Yeah, you know, it's just
Give it
ads.
a bit. Yeah, I'll just wait for the ads.
Just ads.
Fuck is this an ad for?
An ad for an ad.
Okay then.
Probably literally nothing important.
I mean,
Honkai
Coca-Cola
Star
and
Rail.
League of Legends crossover, so yeah, nothing important.
This is why I pop out my chat beforehand, so I don't have to deal with ads, and also so I don't accidentally double audio.
Ah, smart.
Valid.
I was just looking at the ad because I came over to the thing to pop out chat and was curious as to what the fuck I was looking at. Because there's no indication of what it was advertising for until the very end.
Yeah, that happens
Yeah.
sometimes.
Anyway, it's been about a minute. People are coming in.
It's the bouncer meme, you know? Like,
Yeah,
right
it's the
this way.
bouncer meme.
Oh, they're coming.
Now, I could do the intro.
You could
But we do have Slay here.
make her do
You're
her
not
job.
dumping it on her right this second.
But it's
Are you
funny.
really thrusting this upon me when I was just here to vibe? Is
Yeah.
this really what's
How
happening right
could
Oh
you?
my god.
All right, well,
What the fuck?
She was just vibing in her rat cage, eating
Yeah,
her
yeah,
cheese.
I'm just vibing, playing some video game, and now I gotta multitask. I gotta brain it up. If it sounds a little weird, it's almost like I'm distracted doing something. But you know what? I'm gonna do it. So, hey everybody, and welcome back to episode 190. This is 195 now, yeah, because stuff's been weird, right? This is five.
It's episode Madison session.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's 95.
Episode 195 of Destruction Bench Agreement, our weekly tabletop RPG running the anime campaign, or Epithet System, taking place at the titular Destruction Bench Agreement Tournament, or DBA as we tend to call it, which is a fighting tournament-like organization you've seen shonen anime. However, those of you who have been around before will know that while it started out like that, it's morphed, it's transmogrified, it's transformed into a force, an organization within the world of the campaign. And its members often find themselves getting involved in worldly and otherworldly scenarios. And similar to the Monster of the Week format the show has in-universe, every week we have a slightly different set from our revolving door of a cast of GMs, players, and player characters, except for the fact that we are returning yet again to episode 195 on the B-side party. So, because that's a lot of derivatives, here, episode 195, taking place in the, let's say, the Operation Expedition to the Borealis Expanse in the Verglas' Mirror Dungeon. We are following the Hunt Party, the B-side party, who are there going around the towns surrounding the Verglas' Mirror, trying to stop the monsters that evil Madison Williams has basically unleashed upon the town. And with that, we have our returning GMs and players of that little segment. So they can feel free to introduce themselves, and I'm going to stop talking now, and they can do the rest of the intro, unless they really need me to say, and here's our Discord server.
No. We're good. We're good. Thank you, Slay.
Be funny.
Thank
No problem.
you.
I have to thank my teammate for carrying me in that one.
Alright, yeah. Hi, I am Penny, the one who forced Slay to do an intro she wasn't expecting to do, because it's funny. I'm also the main GM of this whole shindigaroo.
I'm Scarlet, the person who could have done the intro, but Penny decided to force it on a Soleil.
Yeah. And also the helpful co-GM.
I'm experimenting with non-binary pronouns.
Yeah.
That's a core personality trait of mine now.
Yep. And as always, our players for this episode, this part of this episode, we'll start from the top. Bill Molly.
Hi, I'm Bill Mully. You can call me Alex if you like. anyone watching this already knows what's going on, but Sendler here playing. Yeah. Moving on.
Yep. We have Drake.
Hi guys, I'm Drake. I'm here. I'm having a time. It's all epic. Yeah.
Great.
Yep. Then we have Jamie.
Hi, it's me, James. This local streamer for today. For once, I'm not coming at this after doing a full 8-hour shift at work, so I'm actually awake for once. Wow.
Poggies.
I'm playing Simric, my cat boy. My token horny character. It's him. He's here.
Yeah. Then we have Quinn.
Hey, D Quinn. I'm here. I'm playing Polaris.
You're what?
I'm playing Polaris.
Okay. You're very quiet there, friend. And then finally, last but not least, we have Samba.
Hi.
Anything else?
Hey Sam, do you want to say who you're playing?
Yeah, who you playing, bud?
Hi.
Yeah.
I'm hi, it's me. It's Sam Ambriemian, bitch. You know me. Guild not now. Asher.
Guild not ever.
Not ever. Never ever again.
The free online encyclopedia that will never be edited again.
Yeah. So.
Hi everyone. I'll do this one, Penny, just for
Yes,
you.
Thank
If
you.
you have seen the past 7 minutes of this stream and thought to yourself for some ungodly reason that you want to see the people who are doing this, understand them in a greater context, and otherwise be able to comprehend when we're doing things of a similar nature or Pizza Tower speed runs, I'd recommend Diet. Or joining our Discord server, find Diet. There it is.
If your loved one is suffering from wanting to see more of it.
Yeah. So, with that, just a small little recap. In the last, sorry, in the last couple sessions or so, the party came from Hayata village up to a train which was being attacked by not only originally creatures that they had previously fought, but also a giant icy skull-headed bird creature, the Borealis rock. After managing to chase it away for a moment, the train conductor / driver Yuna asked them to effectively track it down, keep it busy, and maybe take care of it, since it is a massive threat. And although it's a guardian of the Expanse, it's in pain. And also to look out for a certain entity if they happen to come across it. After they track down the creature and start fighting it, they fight it throughout the entire night up until dawn, exhausted and beaten and bloody. I believe
Simric was the only one who was conscious.
Yeah. Simric is the only one who sees a ball of fluff, effectively, come out of the forest, climb the now deceased corpse of the Borealis rock, and seemingly pull something out of it, and purifying it before passing out himself. And the
Ooh, I love
party.
the void.
Yes, you can't see anything on this map yet.
Nope.
The party doesn't know how long it has been since then, as they suddenly all come to in a strange place. Let me reveal.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is.
Yep, sorry, you can see it was a little weird shape. Who do you think would be the first one to wake up?
If no one else, I know Nimi's pretty resilient.
Sindler does tend to wake up early, but...
We'll start with Nemi. Nemi, the fight was exhausting, and honestly, you feel like whatever dreams or not dreams you had, this was probably, if not through just pure exhaustion, the most comfortable sleep you've had in a very, very long time, restful sleep. You come to, all of you are sort of wrapped up in furs, in blankets. Everyone is unconscious. You're in this strange cave of ice and snow, icicles coming down from the ceiling, and you're a bit blurry-eyed to start, which I imagine is not usual for Nemi when she wakes up, considering she's probably a very alert kind of person. But you could sort of make out not only your party, but also you can see a sleeping Hee-young Future, who is sort of standing, keeping watch almost, and just various sort of faded carvings across the wall.
I see. Well, at first, Nimi is hesitant. They've dealt with a lot of these types of things before. I imagine when they first wake up, they almost make a show of hiding it. Trying not to panic, they take sort of deep breaths, trying not to disrupt their normal sleeping breath pattern. Sort of cast a glance along the room, make sure everything's okay, there's no danger, no chains or anything we've been captured, or that this isn't some type of hallucination or illusion that they can tell. And after a few minutes, they sort of lean up on an arm, take a deeper breath, sort of easing up on that vigilance before they look over just Polaris, Aster, Simric, Sindler. They look at Hee-young, and then they look at Future, who I think you said was awake.
Yeah, Future is awake. She sort of notices you sort of sitting up. Finally awake, huh?
How long have we been out?
She sort of looks around a little bit. At least a couple days.
She frowns a bit and makes a slow, assuring nod. Looks around for her cane.
Yeah, all of your belongings are obviously all still there. So.
Yep. And then she slowly stands, sort of feeling the ache in her body. For a moment, she grins. Where are we?
She sort of looks to the side towards the only exit to the room, and looking around. This is a I guess you could call it like a spirit cave almost. It's kind of like a dwelling for like things not human or like, I wouldn't say natural, but you know, spirits. Nothing going on here. The spirit is, well, she's certainly something, but not dangerous to us, at least. I believe this is also, well, you'll see.
Yeah, I guess I will. She sort of meanders towards the rest of the group. Have you already checked them?
Yeah, I've been checking in every so often. I'm mostly here to keep an eye on this one, but yeah, I've been making sure that you're all kind of fine, I guess. Yeah, there is food prepared for when you want out there. You know, people are doing fine. You know, you and your friends.
What about the bird? The village?
The village seems to have calmed down. From what I know. It like stabilized. We were there, well, I guess I was there yesterday afternoon or so. There's, you know, repairs going on. And I've made sure that, you know, you're okay. She sort of scratches her face a little bit. Things are fine. The giant bird, that's dead.
Pouts a little bit. That's unfortunate. But nothing else we could have done.
Yeah, from what I figured out, the shadow touched creatures, they don't have any way of going back. Once their mind is gone, they're gone for good.
She nods and lets out a brief sigh. Okay, well, I'm gonna go eat something and then go look outside. Let them rest.
All right. Feel free. Nemi can move out of the cave for now. I'll say Senla and Polaris will be the next ones to wake up. I'll move you to where you'd roughly be, Drake.
Thank you.
Just about here.
Okay. So Sandler just kind of stirs, rolls a little in his sleep. His hand sort of pats the ground a couple times before he sits bolt upright, realizing this is not a place he would normally fall asleep.
Yeah, I mean, like, as I said, you're in like a pelt bedding of sorts. Like, it's not uncomfortable, but you know, there is ice beneath you. Very solid, very, like, even in heat form, I imagine you, like, you know, you emit like ambient heat, right?
Yeah.
That shit's like fine, completely, like it doesn't, like, you could touch it with your bare skin, and it wouldn't even like sweat, I guess.
Okay, so very cold ice.
Very, like, it's not like it's like chilling, right? But it's more solid, like compact almost.
Okay. Sandler like takes a look around, notices the only three other people awake, and it's just like, Did we win?
I'd say so. That bird you're fighting is dead. Village is doing fine. I think her name was Nemi. She's out there eating her fill. She woke up probably like 5-10 minutes ago.
All right. You doing all right, Polaris?
Ah, yeah, it's homely arrangements.
Yeah. If
Unless someone has objections, Sendler would start trying to wake up the others because he wants to make sure his friends are all right as well.
Future would just sort of like firstly mention, just to say, because you probably want to know, it's been about 2 days since you guys went out. I'm sure you can tell the other two when they wake up. As I said, village is doing fine for now. The bird is gone. You'll I kind of sort of pseudo explained it to Nemi. Don't freak out when you see the spirit that dwells here.
Okay, friendly or
friendly? Yes. They might look intimidating to some.
Should we wake the? I was to say, should we wake the others up first so you don't have to give the recap multiple times?
I figured you'd recap them this time. And I imagine, yeah. So you try and shake Asta and Simric awake, respectively. Bro, they are not waking up but like, not because they're like injured, in a bro 5 more minutes kind of way.
But they do seem to be okay.
They seem to be okay, but they're not waking up probably because they're either lazy, cat-like, both, or otherwise just EP.
Plus, I imagine it's hard to even, like, physically shake Simric, considering when he goes to sleep, he enters half mode.
Yep, and I imagine it's
would try.
I imagine it's a similar but different kind of thing with Asta, considering what I learned what their epithet was the other day.
Yeah, Aster just would not respond to poking and prodding.
Yeah.
Recouping energy.
So I would say Senor and Polaris give me 2 rolls, and then Aster and Simric give me 2 opposed rolls. Like a roll each.
Okay.
Alright. And Asta, you would have to roll for this as opposed to not rolling for this like you would normally.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're both still asleep. like you managed to touch Simric, Polaris, but then they like Simric has a tail, right? If I remember correctly.
Yeah.
And their tail like bats your hand. Senla, you just feel that Asta just like somehow makes your like arm go to sleep a little bit. Like a fingy.
That's strange, but
yeah. But
probably a good sign.
After like, I'm gonna say like after like half an hour to 45 minutes, you guys do manage to finally fucking wake these two sleepy heads up.
5 more minutes, Mom.
I am not your mother.
5 more minutes, not my mom.
I will uncork this water skin directly onto your head.
Oh, don't do that.
Wouldn't that be dangerous considering the temperature?
He's a cat. He'll be fine.
I'll take your word for it.
Aster just sort of like flops over to the side on their back, like eyes maybe a quarter open.
Good, you're alive.
Barely.
Hey, barely alive is still alive. Offers hand to help up.
No. I'll say, like, literally all of you, regardless of how much you don't want to get up or do or are already up, this was, as I said, a restful sleep purely because of, like, how fucking insanely exhausted you were, like, 2 days ago. It's just, if you want to sleep more, then, tough shit.
Rolls away from Polaris, does kitty stretch, just lays flat on the ground.
Yeah.
So you're both, at least a little awake. You got some
That's
news.
good enough. Alright, already mentioned, hey you two, there's, food in the other room. Be respectful to the spirit.
Crawl.
Aster hears
Crawl.
the word food and like slowly trudges away like someone
Yeah.
has not had their morning coffee yet.
It has been a couple days, so I imagine we're all very hungry.
Yeah, you have not had your morning coffee in, like, days, so...
Limerick, they said be respectful, but I don't think you have to crawl all the way there. I think the spirit will be fine if
I
you're not on
don't
your hands
want to
and knees.
stand up. It's too early.
Okay, but prostrating yourself unnecessarily.
Carry
could be-
me.
Oh,
Just flops on her.
Alright, I'm keeping an eye on, Hee-young here, so...
let it be stated for the record that Polaris is carrying Simric.
Yeah.
Poggers.
Feel free to move into the next room, at your own leisure.
Similar actually
Well,
turns
they
to look
can't
at
roll
Future
as
for a
me.
moment. Is like, I'm not sure we've ever met.
I mean, we met outside the dungeon.
That would make sense. That was a while ago, though. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm Future. I've been around, let's say.
I'm Sendler. I've also been around, let's say.
Good to know. She, you feel like she might crack a smile at that one. You can't tell, though.
Yeah.
I just need to put things off of the GM line real quick.
I might be
Thanks
improving.
Thanks for keeping us safe while we were out.
Yeah, all good. It's kind of what I do.
I'll go rejoin the others.
Yeah. Go eat your fill. I'm sure even if, that, Nemi woman is out there, there's probably still more than enough.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like she could eat.
We get to the room with all the food, and over the half hour it took to wake Aster and Simric, all the food has been consumed.
Yeah. So you see, as I'm about to reveal this, you see Nemi with a giant, like, haunch of anime meat in her hand. It's like the size, like, double the size of her head, and she's, like, fully in it. There is also a creature sitting next to her, and there is a giant fucking bulldrum spit roast.
So that must be the spirit.
As of note, it's weird that there is a spit roast. There is no fire. It is cooking though, like, and sizzling.
Do you want me to carry you over to the food?
Yes.
Aster just plops down onto the ground.
What,
Unless it's
Uh,
over here.
once you are next to the food, he immediately cat scrumbles out of your arms.
The spirit doesn't. I mean, the entire time you've been sat here, just the spirit hasn't spoken once. Like they've made like hand gestures. It seems to be how they communicate. Polaris, in particular, give me a roll.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good enough. You've seen this figure in like picture books, and like fairy tales from the Borealis Expanse. This is the spirit of the Borealis Expanse. They are effectively the equivalent to death and reapers in the Expanse.
Aw.
They I'll say you get a little bit more as well. They tend to take the souls of the dead, and the sort of like story is that she returns them to the snow. And it's like a whole thing where, like, you know, in folklore, that's why the snow here is rainbow colored, because it has the souls of those who have died, both human and animal.
There we go.
They're seeing.
I need to remember not to touch Discord at all.
I
I literally opened Discord to check a message, and when I tried to tab back over to the Roll20, it crashed.
It's a weird thing. I assume you heard what I said about the spirit.
Yeah, about the spirit in the snow. Literally, when I sent the Discord crash message, that was like maybe 5 seconds after the crash actually happened.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So sorry, Quinn. You were gonna say.
Yeah.
Well,
So
Polaris, I should say.
despite the fact that she is currently holding Simic, I imagine, in quite like an undignified fashion of like I imagine like holding like a small child up to the meat so Simic can like claw and get food. She does give like a respectful nod to the spirit.
Mm-hmm. The spirit, you know, it's an extremely rare thing for the spirit to like show themselves in such an open way. Usually it's like the night of a blizzard, you like might catch the shining of antlers in the distance, you know.
Yeah.
While there's a moment of silence, I imagine Nimi this entire time has just been like one arm absolutely just chowing down loudly, pieces of meat like flying out from the side and like, specking onto the floor. Real just anime like ripping into this thing. And like
Yeah.
maybe people look at her for a second, or maybe there's just still a moment of silence. Who just kind of awkwardly looks at everybody like, I mean, are you hungry? Do you want me to cook it or something?
I thought it was already cooked.
Oh yeah, no, it's cooked. It's cooking. There's just no fire underneath it.
Yeah. Sendler would get some of the meat, but he would be eating it quickly, but like nowhere near the same level as Nemi. It was just, you know, anime
Chowing
speed.
down.
But yeah, he's just kind of munching.
I need to obtain the GIF that represents Simric right now. One mo.
It's Monday. gets to have his favorite graham cracker.
No, not that one, but that is that is also funny.
Sir just gets some food, some strips of meat, and starts slowly and carefully eating, clearly trying to just like preserve energy.
The spirit is sort of like leaving you to like talk amongst yourselves, but seems to have like over the past like 45 minutes sort of built like some sort of like connection to Nemi in a sort of I don't know if Nemi could understand hand signals or like other like what's the word, like assisted speaking languages like Braille, etc.
Yes, she knows like ASL stuff like that. She also does just know a lot of monstrous languages, and she has a very strong intuition, regardless.
Yeah, in that case, you can sort of intuit what the spirit is saying, because like if they try and speak, it sort of comes out as like the wind almost, like the cave like sort of like starts wisping and echoing a little bit, but it's like ambient wind noises. But yeah, you can sort of tell from the intent that they're sort of trying to make like a rapport with you, generally asking if you're doing okay, and a little bit ominously asking if you are prepared for what you need to do next.
Nimi would sort of stall a moment, taking a lull in their chowing down of meat and meat accessories, and just sort of making eye contact with the spirit again, retorting in the way they feel most natural. They just sort of like telepathically attempt to link to them if that's possible.
I wouldn't say it's like completely possible, but in a sort of similar way, they can intuit what you're saying, almost from like, well, definitely from like gestures, but almost from like how your soul reacts to things.
Yeah.
Like they have like a sort of soul like reading, like wavelength sort of thing.
They just sort of reach out and push out the feelings in no exact terms that they're sorry for what's happening. They're sorry for what happened. She wanted to save it. That's her mistake. She blames herself. I hope we can do better. Not because we need to be prepared, because we have to.
Mm-hmm. She definitely respects that. She sort of like moves her, like she most of the time just looks like a big ball of fluff, but like you can see that like if she moves, she has like big like claw, like fluffy claw arms that sort of out of nowhere come out, right? And she sort of like moves them in like a circular motion in front of her, and produces what you can sort of intuitively tell is the soul of the rock, and sort of like pets it like lovingly, like they're doing okay now sort of way, and you know it's okay, they're now at peace. You also give me a roll.
Gotcha.
You know what? I'm gonna say roll one more time as no advantage, because I kind of want this to be a thing, but we'll see. Yeah, absolutely. You learn her real name.
Oh.
Which is Neve.
Let me mark that down.
Yeah, she sort of like tells all of you in that sort of way, right? She through Nemi realizes that she can, like, she already, you know, because of her soul sight, already kind of, you know, knows what you guys are all about already. But through Nemi especially is like, yeah, this is my name.
Sandler blinks a couple times and then just like, nice to meet you.
Sup, bro?
She gets up and sort of walks around here while you're eating, gestures to Senla to go like sit up by the meat.
Okay.
Just so you're all like together, you know. And brushing some snow off of the wall reveals like an incredibly elaborate carving of a mountain, with lots of people dressed similar to Polaris, in like, you know, that kind of garb, praying, or I say praying, sort of like revering the mountain itself. There's a carving of Neve, sort of in the middle of the mountain, and then on top of the mountain is a long serpentine dragon above the clouds.
Neat.
She takes one of her claws and digs them into the wall above the carving and scratches through the dragon.
What's neat?
I see. So...
Let me give me a roll.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You can definitely intuit that this isn't a thing of like telling you to suddenly go kill a dragon, right? This is the dragon is in danger. And on top of that, Polaris, you specifically would know that Neve can't do anything about that because it's not their sort of like realm of existence, right? It's they deal with the dead most of the time, not the living. They can't save a living being in that way. Like, you know, she took you into here because, like, you know, she can. Like, there's nothing there was nothing that would say you would die. You would probably like so one of you would probably wake up.
I'm gonna kill Discord. Why? Why? I really hope Penny noticed that I mentioned that because, oh lord. Sorry about this, chat. I literally touched Discord a single time and it crashes. I'm waiting for it to connect.
Jimmy?
Here we are, sorry. I literally
Hi.
tabbed into Discord to mute myself and it crashed the moment I
Oops.
opened Discord.
Oopsies.
Okay, continue, sorry.
Yeah, where was I? Just
You
hold
were
on.
mentioning, sleep. I think. Like,
Oh, yeah. You probably, like, would have survived anyway, which is why she is, like, able to, like, take you, right? There's a mote of ambiguity with you, like, collapsing in the snow in the middle of the day, right? Whereas, to go up there, for some reason, would be a problem for her to save the dragon.
After sort of taking a moment to understand it and waiting for anyone else to see if they want to step in, making sure they're confident in it, they just sort of like heel turn, look back. And it is a she, right? That's what you've been using?
Yeah, it's a she.
Okay.
She's yeah.
Just wanted to make sure. She wants our help. It's in danger.
Oh,
the giant
thought-
worm.
I thought she was saying that it died.
She sort of scratches into the wall 1, 2, 3. You can tell that its time is coming and it's not natural.
Or the work of the same people who turned the mirror into a tower?
Someone give me a roll.
Rolling.
I am 99% sure I mentioned this because this is very important. You remember someone mentioning that shortly after the tower was created and shortly after your party, the other half of your party went into it, something came out of it and flew towards a mountain. Towards the tallest mountain in the expanse.
Okay, if that happened while we were fighting the rock, we probably would have seen it.
No, it happened,
No. Party 1, when Party 1.
Yeah, when Party 1 entered the building, that is when that happened.
Okay.
And one of the villagers, I think, mentioned to us while we were in the village.
And, did it look like a dragon?
It was too far in the sky, too dark, and bore a resemblance to some kind of shadow-touched thing. They think.
So some sort of shadow-touched creature of some kind probably is heading towards where the dragon is.
That is what their assumption was, since that's what they've been dealing with. Yeah.
So, looks like we have our next mission.
She sort of points this way, as that seems to be as that's the exit to the cave that you're in. There's also one below you, which is presumably where you came from. You, Nemi, you noticed very specifically, and Polaris as well. This cave is at the base of the mountain that you need to go to. That's why Neve herself is like on the carving. But before you start to leave, she she wanders over to another part of the wall. Over here. Scrapes off some ice and snow. And it is a carving this time of herself looking a little different. With like, again, people dressed like Polaris in front of her, ready to fight them, but not in like a killing or hunt kind of way.
More a fight for survival.
She shakes her head. Or body, I guess.
A fight to calm them down?
Let me give me a roll.
Okay.
Oh yeah. She is offering to I'll say this and then we can pause for a second to let Quinn come back. She is offering to fight you, to train you a bit more, to like deal with what you might like, to deal with the physical challenges of the mountain. But she is also making it clear that this is optional if you feel like you're strong enough.
I see an optional combat.
And I'll let you RP amongst yourselves while we wait for Quinn.
Yeah. I guess then Nimi would again sort of turn, looking to Thinner first. They want to offer us strength. And then they turn back to the rest. They want to train us to go up the mountain.
Do we have to?
They look back for a second. They're not forcing us, but merely presenting it as an option.
It sounds like a lot of energy expenditure.
Yeah. If it helps, I'd gladly take the help. But...
Yeah, I guess it depends on like how much time we have too. Do we know how much time we have?
Not a lot. We almost certainly have enough time to get to the dragon. Otherwise, Neve would be giving us some alternate means to get there, or wouldn't be offering this.
Yeah, Nimi sort of chimes in. No, I agree. Typically in situations like this, I doubt they're trying to mislead us or waste our time. They know it's time sensitive, just as much as we do. Just think logically. Here and now, we've already been struggling with the cold of the Borealis. Up that mountain, every foot we travel, it's only going to become colder. And in spaces like this, spiritually charged, I doubt a little heat is gonna do us well. They sort of look to Sendler.
Sendler does the anime villain thing of clench his fist, a tiny bit of smoke rises around his clasped fingers.
Well, as the one person who was awake when thumbs back to Big Snow Baby, that thing took the spirit of the whatchamacallit, we probably could use the help. I mean, at the very least, we probably should, as much as I don't want to, take it up on its offer, because at least here we know we'll be, aight if something happens. Because, it's a controlled environment, we won't fucking die if we fail, but also it's like we are kind of on a time crunch. So like, you know?
Nod. They look at Polaris, who hasn't said anything.
So, yeah, I missed some of it because I was BOB.
Yeah. For your benefit, Neve is offering to effectively fight you
Spar.
as an optional thing. Yeah, like a spa. To prepare you for going up the mountain. Polaris, give me a roll. Polaris,
Does their talent not give them advantage or something?
what's
I
the
don't know
talent
how it
again?
works.
It's yeah. 1 second. 1 second. Oh wait, that closed because I had to refresh a second ago. 1 second. Talent.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, roll 2 more times.
Oh, 2 more times, right?
Yeah, okay. This you remember as a you remember reading this somewhere in like a library book or like hearing it from like a town storyteller about how in ancient times the the Snow Queen used to live atop the mountain instead of the dragon. Or like with the dragon, I guess, is more accurate. And the current Snow Queen is Lumaki, who does not do that. And this was a sort of thing that the spirit did to assist those who wish to climb the mountain in the past, to give them like after they fight them, which they that Spirit Borealis cannot kill someone, right? But after they fight them, they are like imbued with energy to take on the harshness of the mountain and what it might do to them both physically and mentally.
So sort of fighting them is almost like a ritual to receive a blessing.
Yes.
Right. Yeah. So obviously like convey this information of local lore to the broader group.
That does sound useful.
So it's kind of like necessary from what you're saying then, considering we probably need that to even make it up the mountain if it's supposed to like imbue us with like strength to handle the elements, I guess.
In theory, we could do it without it, but
It sounds worthwhile.
exactly.
Alright then. Sure.
She looks to Senla and Nemi, who I believe are the two who haven't said yes
Similar
yet.
nods.
Nimi sort of smiles a bit, and outstretches a hand to sort of point at them. I accept.
She nods very slowly, and moves a claw. The wind starts whipping up a little bit. Snow. The rest of this meat is frozen like solid in like a comedic block of ice. and just moved over here. As she moves to the center, and sort of gestures to Asta to stand back a little bit. And with a claw, with both claws, grabs the top and bottom of her like almost like of her like face hole and rips them apart.
Okay.
And as she does, you all see her body shift and morph as a mask crawls out of the hole. Her antlers on top start rapidly growing into like long bramble-like hair, and the ball of fluff that was her body becomes like almost like a ceremonial coat. As you all see, this. Let me move it off to the side a little bit.
God, that's sick as fuck.
That is pretty cool.
Yep. I'm gonna move that down again. There we go. And she's still a 2x2. And she is now floating like half an inch to an inch above the ground.
Yo.
Everyone, let's roll initiative, shall we?
Love initiative time.
So pretty.
Initiative has changed slightly in its format. I didn't know this.
Perhaps.
You can actually go back.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Haven't you always been able to do that?
Nope.
No.
Nope. You to really go back, you used to have to physically drag the bottom turn order and move it to the top on
Or
your
cycle through
button
the
for
whole
it.
thing.
Oh, I thought you meant like as in reverse torn order. No, I that's new, yeah.
Yeah, Drake. That's just you. If you want, you can delete your character and bring them back to get it back.
Yeah, Roll20's been doing that lately. I need to actually do the same.
Yeah, just
with,
remember what your numbers
Simric.
are.
I'm gonna move the dupe Simric just into the void as I pull out a new Simric.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Same here. Dupe Sandler into the void.
So I can actually see my health bar. Yeah.
Riyadh
You can just
Nemi.
use it. Or wait, no, that's not tied to the same token, so that stats are fucked up.
Now, Neve's kit is in a sort of pseudo state right now. So you will not be seeing any parts of her kit.
Gotcha.
I know what everything does. Wow, you guys got 13, 14, 15, and 16, huh? Just because I like doing it like this, I'm going to move her first turn to be between theirs. Yeah, Future and Younger are out of this, and in fact, I am going to hide this area. So this area is off limits for movement.
Gotcha.
The
area we
where you
came
woke up.
from.
Yeah, you also obviously can't go outside of the cave.
No,
alright.
leave the cave. Stay in the cave.
Simric, it is your turn
Understood.
first, and this is just a fun little thing that I didn't consider about Simric. If you're first on turn order, you haven't taken damage in the last round, so your little buddy comes out.
Oh, hell yeah! Where's my
Oh.
little buddy? I forgot.
Also, you all notice from the snow just souls start coming out of the snow, like hundreds of them. And
fun.
they gather into her hand and form a giant, literally 15-foot X.
Damn. Here's my smiling little friend passive, so I can have that information up. And then my main passive, I'm gonna switchy it up time, so you can't hit me. Or you can, but you have to roll. And I think the other plane I'm gonna be in, Semric's just a little homesick, so he's gonna do to Wonderlands.
Nice. You also notice that one of these souls does not go anywhere. And let me just pull out this. I realized too late that I didn't do an asset for this one, so I just have an asset. There we go.
Alright. That case, I'm just gonna do a very quickie, just like, let's see how how damage works on this fucker. So we're gonna run up and we're going to do just a quick little basic attack. Plain Wonderland.
You're glitching out a little bit.
Oh, I am?
Yes.
Am I any better?
I mean, you were fine to me, so.
Oh, it's me. It's me who's
Oh.
glitching. Hold on.
Okay. Either way, I'm gonna roll this. I'm not paying the 1 stamina, by the way. I'm just doing a normal attack. I just forgot that the filling in the thing is not just filling it in.
Yeah. I'm back now. So, real quick, I do have a question to ask everyone as well that I forgot. Everyone here has a soul, yes?
Yes. So I
Okay.
imagine his Simrix might be a little funky because of his epithet, which you know of.
Yeah, no. You just need to have one, that's fine.
Okay.
They just have a thing. Alright. Cool. So you're just attacking them?
Just a basic attack, and of course my little guy's doing his 3 damage follow-up. Does he need a roll for that, or no?
Let me double check.
He basically combos off of me.
Yeah. I don't think so, honestly.
Yeah.
Considering it's already got a limitation to it. Yeah, so they are going to just try and like wave a hand to cause this ice crystal to block the way. Yes, that works.
Alright, that's fine by me, because I was attacking solely to try to fraud out what their defensive things are, so that people who are using actual, like, strong attacks don't have to be the ones to test that out. Woohoo!
Yep, makes sense.
Alright.
Is that Simric's turn?
Yes, I believe so, because I don't think I have any times or...
Oh.
Well, I have 1 anytime, and I don't have any bonus actions, so yes.
Yep. Yeah, your friend would disappear for a bit, obviously. But it is
Badoop.
Polaris' turn.
Quinn.
Polaris.
Yep.
Another one of these appears. They're very, like, small, like, sticking out of the ground a little bit.
Little guys.
Yeah.
TM.
Do they have any like distinct features, or are they just kind of like that?
They're just kind of like that. Let me double check real quick. Oh, you know what? Actually, If you use your bonus action, I'll let you roll an advantage about what knowing what these are.
Sure. I'll do that.
Yeah. I will actually post a piece of that passive. Yeah, I will post like the first half of their passive. Dreams sleep within the snow. Neve calls the spirits of all things to her when she needs them. At the start of every turn, a spirit arises from its resting place, allows Neve to borrow their existence. A spirit will usually arise from within something natural, and within 3 spaces of another unit in the area. They have one stamina, but can only be directed by those who can touch ghosts and spirit. If a spirit is taken out by Neve, she will receive either a one-time use ability or a small stat boost to one of her stats.
Oh yeah. Also, I forgot to say my guided unit is Neve.
Yeah, of course. With a little something here. All right. Because I realized, thanks to something Drake messaged me, I actually need to do something else. There we go. Yeah. So you know that these things are, like, it's not like they die if they get absorbed. It's just they help Neve, who helped them find peace.
Right.
And the ice is considered natural here. So. But yeah. What is your actual turn?
Sorry, I forgot that I had to do passive stuff. Oh, I have my art, which is, how many squares is it? Four space. It. Settings. I'm just gonna just use my guns and just rat-a-tat her.
All right.
And away.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I believe you do, my friend.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I'll play a quick game for this. Gain that. Wait, you're attacking your thing, so I think you get prof. I'm not sure. You have to just select. Yeah. She is. Honestly, she's just gonna take that, I guess. She'll take 8 damage.
$26. And how? And because the edge of Neve is within my aura, I can attempt to imbue her with a Aurora Well, which I believe is a separate role, right, Soleil?
Yes.
Alright.
Who was that?
None of the party. Yeah, what does that do?
Edit this.
With an Aurora Well. Yeah. Alright.
Cool, sure. So now she's got the funny thing.
Yeah, I'll use the other medicine thing.
And I will. I don't need to move, but I'm gonna move a little bit closer to Simic.
Yeah. All right.
And that is my turn.
Neve's turn. A little guy pops out of, let's say here. And she's gonna hit all three of you, Cimric, Polaris, and this thing with her axe. Well, actually, you know what? First, I'm gonna roll to see if she can do something else. You see her put her hand on top of the blade of the axe, and then run it down as it sort of starts to shimmer with a with almost like snowfall. Yeah, that works.
Don't forget, you have disadvantage on me.
Yeah, that's fine. That's not the basic attack.
Okay.
The basic attack is a lot more brutal. I'm gonna roll just 1d20 and then roll the second one afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then I'll roll the second one for Cimric. Alright, so it's a 7, well, 10. But you know what? Yeah, no, that still hits. So, she swings this axe, and if you're not careful, this is going to be dealing a lot of damage. This deals 13 damage.
I'd like to attempt to magnetic wave skater over the axe to like kick off her head. And I have advantage on this because she's my guided unit.
Yep. Yeah. Where do you want to land?
Well, I would go up, hit her, and then be able to go 5 spaces. I feel like over there is safe.
Alright, yeah, sure. Didn't change the fucking color, hold on. And I'll also start music again in a second. Yeah, that's fine. You just hit her with like, what, 4 damage, is that it?
It's 1 to 3 damage.
I'm gonna say 1. You are still gonna be also taking, including cost, 7.
Including cost? Alright.
Yep. So she'll just take the 1 damage. And out from the areas where the axe swung come out spikes of ice, which is going to be difficult terrain and will deal 2 damage per space that you move over it for the first time that it is moved over. So it goes away once it's been procced.
Wow.
And I'm also going to roll something here. So I think it's 1, 2, 5, 6, 7. Yes. Okay. Yeah. She is then going to. She's then going to move up here.
How much damage would I be taking from this? Because I didn't get a chance to interact with it.
It would. Oh, you can interact with it if you want. It would.
Yeah, I was just waiting for Polaris's thing to finish, and then you started doing other things.
Sorry. Yeah, I would say because of it has this one hitting you specifically, I would say it will be hitting you for 10.
I still don't want that. I know that Polaris already moved out of the way, but it was still aiming at her, so I'm gonna hope that my anytime still works. I'm going for the not full round, just the, turn away. Oh, hey!
So, yeah, okay.
Yo, I get a prof! Hell yeah!
You get a prof, hell yeah.
Yay!
Yeah, pushes enemies attack him or his allies into. Yeah, so you push Neve into a random plane for 1 turn, which would basically end their turn and they'd come back at the start of the turn.
Yes.
When it's stuff like this, that's just how that would work, and also it's more beneficial for your team if they're there. You notice when they leave this plane, then when they enter this plane again, they go out of their true form and back into it again.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah.
I
would rather you
here,
didn't
or no?
play with that, but that's something you have to deal with.
Yeah, I getcha.
But when we just got back, hey Drake, it's Nemi's turn. They disappeared and then came back again.
Would that have also protected me?
It would have actually lowered the damage you would have taken. So instead of 7, you're going to take 4. Simric, you're going to take, I'm going to say also 4. So you take 6 overall, including cost.
Cool, I raised up cost, so boop. Lovely.
Do I get anything at 24 prof?
No.
Okay.
Drake?
Okay. I was just waiting for that all to be done.
Yeah.
At the start of Nemi's turn, I've already done all of my many calculations I need to do for her sheet. She hands sort of like still outstretched from before when she accepted the challenge. She looks to Neve. I thank you for the opportunity, but that doesn't mean I'm gonna hold back. And then swings her arm down, sort of catching her cane. With a skilled flourish, it sort of flips around her arm and unfolds into the giant 2-handed pickaxe. And Nimi is going to immediately, a small manifestation of a skull manifesting over her head, monstrous and horn, blow out a cloud of coal dust in front of Neve.
Alright.
I'm going to roll a nat 1.
You certainly are, unfortunately.
The 2 crits, unfortunately, they lowered your luck.
Here's the thing, though. Nemi, you feel something pulling on your soul. And that is now an 8.
Fascinating. Okay. Interesting. I had planned for failure regardless, because I was spending 3 on that, which lets me create a bunch of dust anyway. But that's even better. So it's a bigger cloud then. As Nimi creates an obscuring cloud in front of Neve, and they seemingly begin to dash forward. However, they're not dumb. They know that Neve can see through that, and this is a feint, as they are going to, as they dash, trail their hand along the ground, and create a column of bone from behind them to bash into them.
Alright.
Boo, 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 boo. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Drake, no!
Oh. You try and create this bone. Unfortunately, there doesn't seem to be any help for you this time.
Okay, Penny.
Yeah.
I have a theoretical way to re-roll this.
I
will do that because I'm in pain.
I would too,
so I'm going to spend 2 of my psychic power. I'll even spend a little bonus to make it, more tempting, right? Not that much. And I will use one of the abilities Nemi hasn't used before. Let me post it. Slick Maneuver, because this one can expressly be used for feints and reroll things.
Yeah.
She comes through as a feint, but it turns out that this form of Nimi is just a sort of apparition of gas and smoke. And she reappears elsewhere.
Bless you.
Yeah. Bless you.
Hopefully. I
Okay,
think
we
up to
don't get the
God.
triple. Yeah, no, you know what, I will say reroll, but it is still on that one, so I'm gonna say reroll, but it has a -2.
I am completely fine with that. Let's get that -1.
Here, boof apartment.
Let's get
I
that
was
4.
wait-
It is a
waiting
4.
for the nat one.
Yeah, okay, so what you were doing, if I believe, is creating, like, the bone structure behind them through, like, a series of feints, right?
Yes, the whole idea was distract them from the front, and since Nimi like kind of understands, oh, they can just look through simple obstructions like that. They're going from behind. But I'm boo boo.
Yeah, I will say, create a 1x1 bone structure. It didn't deal any damage. So create it adjacent to where you would have started it. Yeah. Wow. I'm giving you something, you know? I gotta give you something.
No, I understand.
It's that enemy's turn.
Me quickly hemorrhage a fourth of my stamina. That is unfortunately my turn.
Senlair.
What are these blue fields?
Ice.
They're ice. If you walk through them, they are difficult terrain and will deal 2 damage per space once.
Okay. Not really much specifically to do right now, so he's just gonna position himself a little better, and he's going to use the flame whip on Neve, and
All right.
not really trying to move her around, like maybe drag her into the ice.
Yeah. She is still floating. I will say, because yeah, that is what you rolled minimum. I will say you only deal. I'll say you deal 3 damage, and move her down a space. It doesn't. The ice does not affect her. But the path that you put the whip in does melt the ice. It is not the same kind of ice that the floor room is made out of.
Interesting. That's Sinla's turn.
Yep, you noticed it came from her axe when it was swung.
Oh, the ice came from Neve. Okay.
Yeah. Also, I forgot to spawn another guy. Give me a second. This one probably spawned like here. Alright. Neve's turn. I have a few things I can do. I'll save that one. Let's grab another guy because there should be another one. Let's put this one over here. Yeah, Neve, moves, sort of floats up here. I'll say here. And, starts to gather sort of snow and ice and energy into her hands. Her clearly human hands now. And then releases it downwards. This will hit Nemi, Senla, and Polaris. Yep, that is an 18. So, if nothing is done,
so a sort of giant blast of snow and ice.
yeah, effectively, and it's a 5 by whatever I need.
Go on. sorry.
This will be doing 13 damage. That's the number of the day.
13.
Yep, 13 damage, and will inflict 3 stacks of chill.
Okay, so
If you guys want, I have a relatively easy way to attempt to protect us all.
Can you build a wall?
Yes, pretty much.
I can boost your attempt.
Regardless, this will be destroying the souls, even if you block the beam in a weird way.
Yeah.
Go for it. The only thing I have is trying to use Flame Whip at any time, and I'd have to convince Penny to let me.
Yeah. In which case, as Neve sort of like floats backwards quickly and then releases like this blizzard of an attack, Nimi is again sort of scraping along the ground in like a sort of almost breakdancing like motion, just trails her heel along it and creates like several spires of bone that attempt to like intercede and force the snow upwards and over them.
Yeah, sure.
I will be spending a bunch on this since I know this is a big attack and it's an AoE. 8.
8.
One second. I will add to that with Night Wonder to give a little sigil of a good old friend Frostfire onto Nemi to try to boost Nemi's flames.
Yeah, sure. Give that a roll.
9.
8 and 9. Yeah. I'll say that reduces the damage you all take. So make sure to take your costs. This is not including any costs. This blasts through you and feels like it attacks your like soul. Like doesn't deal quote unquote damage to your soul. It just like shakes it, you know?
Yeah.
You will start to feel cold, even if you know Senna and Nemi are, and Polaris might feel naturally resistant to it. This, I'm gonna say, not including cost, is only gonna be dealing 5.
5 damage.
Yep, 5 damage.
And any status or?
I'm gonna say you will get inflicted with 1 stack of chill, which I believe reduces your movement until you can get rid of it.
LC chill, I'm assuming.
Yes.
What would you cost that as? Because I.
I'm gonna say 2. It's not crazy.
You said just 1?
2.
2. Right. Also, I am gonna make this an upkept buff onto Nemi
Makes sense.
because she could use the help.
Oh, okay. Slow is minus. Okay, yeah. Sorry, it's slow. It's not chill.
Oh, yeah, chill is halved movement speed.
Yeah, no. It's slow. I just picked chill because I was like, that's the one that affects movement and it's ice related. Yeah, no, you're completely right. But yeah, no, that's her. She doesn't have like crazy action on me. Asta.
Samber.
Alrighty. It is Aster's turn, and you know, Aster's turn do be how it do, as there is the echoing, ringing sound of a soft bell in the distance, as Neve is marked with a jade resonance.
Yep. I'll mark with the green.
Give her that green.
Give her the green. So they take 3 damage immediately.
3 damage immediately.
Yeah. And at the start of their turn, they take 1d(x). Yep. So it'll be 1/1.
And then they can resist to reduce it to a minimum of 1.
Yep.
And also, they have the -2 penalty to offensive rolls.
Makes sense.
And that is Aster's turn. That is an action.
Yep. Assuming you don't want to move, then it goes back.
No, Aster's fine where they are.
Yep. Goes back to Simric though.
Lovely. Oh, shit. Discord. Why? Hi.
Bodying Simic constantly jumping between planes.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's definitely not Discord's like, oh, you touched me? Die.
Yeah, no, it's a bit. It's a bit.
It's a bit. Definitely a bit that comes across because I'm streamer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was just about to say, because I meant to tab over to my Google Doc instead of Discord. I believe my little guy comes out because I only took 4 damage. Yes, it's 5 damage or less he appears.
Yes, that would be the case.
So I'm gonna
Little
pull
guy
out
comes
my,
out.
my little guy.
They're not affected by the
terrain.
spaces. Yep.
Yeah.
And they wouldn't break it if they moved through it either.
Just to check, can I go over to this one diagonally from me, thus not having to activate more ice?
I would say give me a roll.
Alright.
You are a cat, though.
I am also a sleepy cat, though.
You are a sleepy cat, and you've had food. You've got your full tummy. Yeah, you just take 2.
Alright. Minus...
And... Yep,
Boop.
that will also take 2 spaces of movement to move through effectively.
1, 2... Alright. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna move over to my good friend Nemi, and I'm going to utilize my guard kitty ability so she doesn't take as much damage.
A 7! Yeah, no, that works.
Lovely. So now you're under my
Plane effect, so the enemy has disadvantage to hitting you.
Yeah.
Also, I was just gonna ask, by the way, did Polaris convey to us the, how these ghosties work?
Did they?
Yes.
Alright, in that
Yes.
case, I'm switching my plane to, like, I don't know, what's it called? The place the Reapers are from, the Reaper plane, that one.
Yeah, but just the underworld, I guess.
Yeah, the underworld plane, you know, purgatory, whatever the fuck.
Yeah, sure.
Which hell?
No, it's just underworld parentheses
I know,
generic.
it's making a joke.
Yeah. That way,
Just joke.
if I need to, I can, in fact, interact with the little guys.
Yeah. Is that Sibrik's turn?
Yes, that will be
Since
my turn.
Actually, let me double check your. Yeah. No, your guy only follows up on attacks right now.
Yep, that's all he does. He just follows up if I attack, which I did not
Yep.
because it was a little far away, and I don't have very many attacks. I'm
Yeah,
gonna take
don't
my
worry.
cost.
They'll become more support utility for you in the future.
That's really useful, since I don't have
Yeah.
very much going for me at the moment. I got 1 end of time to my name, and if I do it at its base, it is once per combat. So, you know, it's going great.
Yeah. Speaking of going great, I assume it is now Polaris.
Yep.
Little guy pops out of some ice.
There's so many little guys.
Yeah, they don't like dangerous though. They're just little guys.
So, I was rereading my aura, and it does make it easier for allies within my aura to stave off status effects. So I want to try to do something with that.
Yep. Yeah, the slow will naturally tick down at the end of your turn, but yes, that is fair.
So I want to basically try to I guess the main action attempt to Nemi, Simic, Cinnamon, Polaris. Oh, it's 4 squares.
Basically everyone but Aster and Nemi.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
you should be able to see it. It's been set to visible since the beginning.
No.
No, wait, no, I can see it. It's just
Yeah,
Oh, it's like really faint colored. Oh.
Yes, it is a faint color.
It's like the edge is like right here.
Yes.
I just wanted like
Oh, poor Drake.
basically use Night Wonder just as the main action and try to put like a Frostfire sigil onto my stealth as
there we
well
go.
to hopefully basically apply to myself to try and boost my aura to help it stave off the cold.
Yeah. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Also, yeah, I just overlaid your aura with a second one to see if it works. So Drake.
Yep.
Yeah. No. Do you have to roll for that? Yes, you do.
Yes. And you determine the cost.
To just stave off the cold. Does this apply to the whole aura?
I'm basically trying to apply it to myself specifically to boost the auras. Yes.
Okay. I'll say you can get rid of everyone's slow.
Alright.
And you know, if people get stacks of slow, while they are if they are in your aura at the time, they will take one less. But that is a 3 cost.
Yep. And I am going to be choosing to make the choice of upkeeping it for now.
Uh-huh.
Let me just do
It will also like generically prevent you from like taking like other cold based effects. Not damage though.
And right. And I was just using that as a main action of my turn, so I'm gonna choose 5 movement. I'm going to just try to move up over to here.
Alright. You got it. And is that Polaris?
Yes.
Yeah. Let me double check something. Okay. Neve's turn. I'm gonna roll recharge. She's got it. Also, a little guy comes out. Forgot about him. Hold on. Let's put him in this little ice thing. Alright. She also takes 1 damage from the poison. Her hair, you know, her, like, branch-like antlers of hair, sort of animate and all dig into the ground. Which, Senla, you are very surprised that they can do this, considering how tough that ice is. That is a 5, but you all sort of feel the pull of your souls as that becomes a 17, or an 18 because it's +1. And you all feel this disturbing. That's Drake gone. Fuck.
Yeah, that's Drake.
Well, you all feel this disturbing rumbling.
The rumbling of Drake's internet.
Yep. Beneath Cymric and Nemi. Beneath Polaris. And beneath Aster. A bunch of spiked antlers come out of the ground.
Well,
there's
at
Drake.
least the disadvantaged people are in the same square, Penny.
Yep. That's true. So let me roll again because the first one's 17.
I have the thing. Give me a second.
That is a nat 1. So Nemri and Cymric specifically, as the antlers come up, they get affected by the plane, and since it is of similar like wavelength to theirs, to Neve, it just disappears.
Woohoo!
But this would be doing 6 damage to Asta and Polaris.
Would I be able to try to use 1 second, the first part, an area that is partially within my aura, or no, or does it count as multiple different area attacks? Basically to take the area that's hitting Asta and bring it into my aura.
No, that wouldn't work. They're different areas.
Gotcha. I wasn't sure. I'm gonna try to dodge. No.
You sort of feel the pull of your soul as that becomes a 9.
Interesting.
It's 18 now.
So yeah, you are going to take 3 damage, but you are out of the area.
Up, and I would be kicking off of Neve again.
Yes, I'm gonna say you deal 2 damage this time.
Alright, and I'm gonna kick off and go to I'm gonna go to this side here.
Alright. Sounds good. Neve is going to float through here. They are unaffected by this, of course. Does Asta want to do anything? Sorry. I forgot to check in on you.
Not gonna really do anything. I'm just taking 6 damage.
Yep. Yeah, that is Neve's turn. Nem.
Okay. I am back. My internet did drop for a bit, so when it happens once, it usually happens again. I'm sorry for that.
Yeah.
I'll join on my phone when I can.
You good?
How tall is the cavern?
How tall is the cavern? It's pretty tall. Like, I don't know, like 30 feet.
I believe that is good enough.
I think it's like 6 spaces. And yeah, I did take the poison damage. I didn't feel the need to resist because it hasn't been around yet, so it's still 1.
I mean, it starts at 2.
Oh, it starts at 2? Oh, in that case, yeah, I would do the resist, which I believe would just... There. Yes. It goes down to 1 again.
Okay.
I'll actually mark it. And I'll take an extra 1. Sorry, yes. Your turn.
It's all good.
Neme.
All good. I wanted to ask questions. I don't know if Simric's dimension warping interferes with any of my kit, or is it just attacks against me at disadvantage?
Let me just double check. I think it only does the attack thing.
Yeah, because I assume it doesn't affect your ability to attack like it affects Simric's, because I think Simric has that thing.
For Simric, it affects how allies are able to assist him. I'm just double checking real quickly. Yeah, it's just the attacks on you that are affected by my plane stuff. You don't get any of the rest of my passive. It's just the attacks.
Okay. In which case, first thing Nemi is going to do, because fortunately she's very immobile in her current state, her wispy, a wispy trail of ash is going to form from the base of her spine, and just, if possible, latch on to the ceiling of the cavern and just sort of launch her where I'd want to go, which is just sort of like over here.
Give it a roll.
Yep. What's gonna happen today, huh?
Yeah, I would say move 2 spaces.
Gotcha.
Like, you don't really get good purchase. Like, the icicle you choose to, like, attach to, like, breaks immediately.
That is unfortunate, but good enough to get me where I want to go. As she sort of pulls herself to the top of her bone spire, and then, with a brief sort of hop, makes her way over here. Second question. I think, I couldn't remember if Polaris said they were upkeeping it or they weren't.
I am.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, I did not mention this. So before you move, just in case you want to know, you will take 3 damage for entering the area. And it's basically you take 3 damage for going through the spaces.
Oh, is this an ice? I thought this was a Polaris area.
The green is what Neve has made. It is difficult terrain made of like branches, like branch-like antlers. It's like a grove.
If possible,
look
then
findable?
I would.
Find out.
If possible, then I'd just go over this way.
Yeah. You leap over the grove of spikes.
Yep. As Nimi is going to. Yeah, Nimi is going to smash into them with their pickaxe.
You kind of feel, from Simric's plane, a little too much death, and it sort of throws you off a little bit.
Understandable. Give me a second. I believe that would be this one. Nimi movement eats complete shit, I think.
You're
They're
a shit eater.
they're shit eater. Yeah. No, yeah, that's their turn.
I see. Fair enough. It is Senla.
Does Nemi want to avoid getting fire damage? Because I remember her being fine with that because it helped her in a previous this session.
So Nimi is resistant to most fire damage. And if you like give them a heads up, they can eat it and heal. Which they actually heal bonus from right now.
Okay. Well, Sindler is very much telegraphing this. Like he wouldn't say any corny lines, but he's like say like take this type of thing. As I think it was this one.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll get to that in just a second.
Primarily a Neve, of course, but if it grazes Nemi and she can heal off of it.
All right. Fireball. It's 3x3 area. Just so damage it more than. Okay. I would say, firstly, on a 6, it's a 2x2. And secondly, would you prioritize damage or healing?
Let's me actually add. Like I can see the health bar, but I can't see the numbers.
Oh, she's below half.
Okay. Do you want the fire so you can heal, Drake, or should I focus on pure damage? Because I'm thinking pure damage, but if you need the healing, I'll get it to you.
Let me check. I could theoretically. How much damage would the fireball be doing?
That depends on what Senla chooses. Because
At default, it does 7 damage, but
yeah,
If
it's a default 7, but it's either going to be doing slightly more damage or slightly less healing.
I could probably try to eat it, heal myself, and then with my anytime attack it, which might be more damage, because basically it would give us a reroll.
okay. So focus hitting it on you. You take all of it, and then count and then attack.
Yeah, pretty much.
All right,
Works for
give me your area.
I guess like this. If it's
All right,
2x2.
sure. Yeah. I'll say that Neve still takes, since you're not focusing it, 1 damage. The grove seems fine, but like there are like embers at the edges of like some of the spikes. And Nemi, I will say you heal for 4.
Okay,
Because
so
I believe you just automatically heal from fire.
She doesn't automatically heal. What it would be is I'd have to ready an action, which I did have one ready, but it wasn't explicitly for that. However, I can use my anytime,
Yep.
and I will be
Give
doing
it a
so.
roll.
Yep. As Nimi sees it, she sees the attack is kind of off and weak, and she is simply going to inhale and just bring the majority, if not all, of the fire in.
Yeah. I guess I should say it'll effectively be doing 4 damage in total to both of you, unless you succeed this, in which case it goes 1 and then you heal for 4.
Okay.
That's the specifics of how that's working.
So currently, Nimi has basically a feature that gives her a dice of bonus healing when she eats fire, fuel, and stuff, and bonus fire damage. It's based on the size of things, with like a normal fire generally doing 1d4 stamina and 1d4 fire damage. You can boost that if you want. You can keep it the same, or just add like a +1 to it, whatever you feel like.
So I get to choose if it, like how the die size works. The die works. All right. In that case, you know what? Honestly, I'll say 1d4 +2.
Okie doke.
There you go. Slightly more than I said.
5. Pretty good, because it also gives Nimi bonus fire damage. Put a red on her. As she does that, she inhales it in, exhales through her nose. She is immediately going to repurpose that energy, augmenting it with her own, and just detonate in an area around her.
I see.
All
right.
And we'll say I'm just going to spend that 5.
Yep. Do you have to roll? Or is it the same?
Nope, that's a part of the action. Basically, what happens is she summons a cloud of a gas around her and then immediately detonates it. It would be doing 8 at base, but you may prorate it because it's a bigger area. It'd be mostly focused on Yev.
Yeah. I have a question for Asta real quick.
Yeah, what's up?
If they were to use an anytime that doesn't deal damage and is just something to get them out, does that gain the bonus? It's technically not offensive, but I don't know if I'd count it as...
If it's not an offensive action, like it's...
I guess it's
defensive.
defensive.
If it's a supportive or defensive action, it would get the bonus.
Alright, they are going to use something that I will actually show you. As they are surrounded, like, you can see they're sort of like surrounded by swirling souls, and one of them lights up. He's gonna use this. It's an anytime.
Yeah, that would definitely get the +3.
It's a good thing she has her own +3 as well. So she's gonna move 1, 2, and then she will take. I won't prorate this, but including cost, she is going to be taking 5, and this entire area is just burnt to a crisp.
Yep. Nice.
Yeah. Is that Senla?
Sendler's going to move over here to get out of line attack range for everybody.
Yeah, makes sense. Speaking of line attacks, I will take another 1 damage. Because now it is a 1.
Yeah, now it is.
Yeah, you know, I wasn't going to, but good for reminding me. She is going to fire the soul cannon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm making it a box, for the sake of ease, but this is going the entire length of the cave. You know, she's condensing soul energy into her hands, and releasing it, and this will be hitting Polaris, Asta, Cimric, 3 souls, and might end up damaging the walls, and... Ooh.
As soon as it goes to start charging this up and fire it, Astro looks over, still munching on a strip of meat, and there is a glow, an energy in her eyes that is both unnerving and almost oppressive as their epithet takes hold for a bit.
Yep. You are not within 5 spaces of her.
Oh, it is within 5 spaces. Fuck, never mind.
This is also a crit. For them. It's not a natural roll modifier, they have extended crit range. So this will be doing 23 damage, but I will roll for different disadvantage on Cimric real quick, actually. No.
Oh!
It's not a natural crit against Cimric, I guess.
Okay. Fuck me,
Yeah.
I guess.
If you want, you can, because this is kind of a lot, if you want, especially with Polaris's, thing here, you can reduce the damage by 2 per extra stack of chill you take. Or, not chill, slow.
I'm going... Can I try to anytime this or no?
Oh yeah, no, you can absolutely anytime this if you want. If you
Okay.
can.
Mess with this for everyone, that would be great.
I'll try to shove them away.
Can he shove from a million miles away?
I don't know, it doesn't have a range, does it?
I thought it implied that he would be next to them. Yeah. I'm going to say...
It's fairly low.
Yeah, it's a fairly low roll. Does Nemi or Senlai have any times that would be able to help with this? Actually, Drake isn't here, right? Yes. Does Senlai have anything that would help stop this?
Really, and also not without causing damage. It's only any time as Flame Whip.
I see. Hey, what's up? This is a 23 damage beam that is going across the cave.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a crit either way.
I
Is
can
Cimric being hit with it, or?
Cimric, I am going to say, Cimric, give me a roll. Just a weird pseudo luck thing. Okay. You sort of charge up your epithet into your hands, right? To go for a shove. Start realizing they're pretty far away. And then your cat, well, I say your cat, your unseen friend shoves you instead.
Yay!
So I'm gonna say the once per combat is gone.
That's fair. I'll take the cost.
Yeah, so you take the cost, but you are completely saved from the damage.
Cool. Does that mean I'm
Okay,
just
Cimric's
over
completely
here?
Safe. I can't affect anyone.
Yep. So Cimric is completely fine, but they couldn't affect Neve. As I said, if you want to reduce the damage, you can by 2 for every stack of chill you want to take.
I could theoretically
Also, chill
reduce
is-
it. I assume
Not chill,
people-
slow.
Right.
Yeah. If you've got anything, Drake, go for it. Because this is going to knock out Astra and Polaris if they don't take my Devil's Bargain.
Does it have a... Is there a base amount of slow it's applying as well?
3. You can go above your max movement. You would just be not moving from any spots for any length of time.
It would be really funny if I committed to never moving again.
Can I convert all of the damage I would be taking to slow?
If you really wanted to take, I believe it would be 11 stacks of slow. And then
can't
you'd
reduce
have
you
to take
past
1
zero, so-
damage.
I feel like we're having brain-to-brain communication right here, because
Yeah,
I was also thinking...
I'm just looking for it. There we go.
Yep. Okay.
Well,
Ass is taking 11 stacks of slow and 1 damage.
Well,
what's
wouldn't it be
Polaris?
14
You would,
total
yeah,
because
you
of the
would be at
base 3?
Yeah, you'd be at 14. Because it would be base 3. And Polaris is also doing that.
Okay, if you guys are totally fine with doing that, then go ahead. But I do have an idea. Neve is just in the right range for me to be able to use Flame Whip. Do you guys want me to do that, or should I just, like...
Yes!
Feel free if you want. Like, I'm gonna be real, Astra's taking the slow regardless. They don't care about moving right now.
Hey guys, should I try and save your lives real fast? Pulling the class real...
Okay, let's see if I end up getting the rest of us killed. I get the rest of us killed. Great.
Give me a second. I'm tabbing out for Justice to look at something. Ooh, and that one? Senla, you go into the beam like a champ. I will say
7 damage.
Now that
Yeah.
you're in my aura, don't worry, you'll have an easier time shaking off slow.
I'll say you deal some damage. You deal 3 damage. But including the cost, you are just gonna take the 25 damage rather. Just cost.
That is
25.
more than 7.
And 3 slow. 3 slow. You do not have the option of reducing them
Okay,
because
that
you
was
have
23, you said?
23 damage to cost.
I already took the 2 costs, so there goes half my health bar.
Yippee! We're doing great.
I still have something I could do.
Yeah.
Please!
Going
I'm
over here
trying.
like, please!
I'm okay. Yep. I'll have to spend a psychic resource on this, but Nimi is going to use an anytime. I'm going to pay 5 stamina on it. As Nimi is going to, seeing the, dire straits occurring, summon a giant black skeletal bone arm. Like, absolutely colossal. Like, the arm of it can barely fit in the cavern. And just try and grab, I assume it's like coming from their mouth or something?
Their hands.
Their
They don't
hand.
have a mouth.
Try and just kind of like grab their hands and just cleave it aside.
Yeah, sure.
You are boosted by me, maybe it'll help.
Notably, when Nimi uses an action in this way to perform something physical, even if it would be this arm, a wake of reality distortions occur that cause a burning thing. My idea would be scrape it along, try and pull them over here, both creating that wall of fire to help. And I'm going to be supplementing, of course, with the 5 additional stamina to even make more to try and just knock them back, just pure knockback.
Alright, yeah, sure.
Please God.
Alright. So I'm gonna say you grab them, effectively pull them over here. I'm gonna say that they managed to effectively hit these 2 with the beam nail, as it sort of sweeps across everything. Simric is still fine. You're fine. Senla, take heal for 12, Polaris heal for 12, and Asta heal for 12. Unless you didn't take damage, in which case, take away 6 slow.
Oh, thank you.
Let's see, 23 minus 12, that is 9, right? No.
Yeah, you effectively all took 9 instead of...
Still more than 7, I still get heat sink for it.
Yeah. I realized I could have done something, with the things I've been doing to help Senla, but I forgot, so we're just gonna roll with it.
I'm just gonna roll with it. I'm fine with
yeah.
this outcome.
Oh, I'm also gonna say these get obliterated. Come on. Yeah, I can do it. Yeah, man. Nope, not you. Nope, not you. Hold on, I'm gonna Simric to the side here. There we go. And this also gets obliterated. Alright. I'm also gonna say that takes away the movement. So, Asta's turn. Poison goes up.
Yeah, poison goes up. It's now it's now 1d2 and 1d1 for the time being, as let's be real. Aster can't move right now because of the slow. But they weren't planning on moving much anyways. They're still munching on strip of meat, and is perfectly content to stay in their current position as tendrils of like green energy seem like faint but visible green like epithetical energy stretch off of their body and sort of like explore around, almost like a shifting amoeba of some kind. And I'm going to hold my action for whenever Neve gets close enough for me to perform action.
All right, sure.
Targeting them. As Aster just like watches her movements very calmly, almost like a predator of some kind watching their next prey.
Sounds good. Neve is going to... I'm going to count this as an offensive action. One of the souls lights up, and Senla. Nothing happens. Alright. Asta reduced your slow by 2 because of Collapse's aura. Simric's turn. You're back in reality.
Back, Samurai Jack. How far away am I from the woman? All of this roll 20.
It's pretty far.
Yeah, pretty damn far, and I think all my attacks are adjacent. So let me just quickly make sure I haven't used up all of my support actions here. Yep, that's adjacent. Okay, so looking at my friendos, I am going to go up to Polaris, and I'm gonna give her the guard kitty now.
Sounds good.
I'll see if I can roll.
Yes. No, you got it.
Alright, and that's the last use of guard kitty I have, so hopefully on my next turn I'll be close enough to the V to use any of my other actions. Oops.
Oopsies.
That is my turn, short and sweet.
Alright. Polaris.
How much upkeep am I taking from myself and Nemi?
Is it 1-to-1 with the cost you took? Because if it is, then it's 5.
Let me see if it says.
Because the first one costs 2, the second one costs 3. If it's not 1-for-1, then slightly less, I imagine.
It is 1 to... one of these buffs must pay 1 to 2 upkeep, GM's choice.
So just one of them is like that?
It would be... Each unit can only have one of these buffs at a time, and Polaris must pay 1 to 2 upkeep per buff.
Okay. In that case, you are paying 3 upkeep. 1 for the first, 2 for the second.
Yep.
Because I'm going to round up.
A little more bearable.
Yeah, unfortunately, Frostfire doesn't protect you from soul shaking.
It's okay. It'll protect me from being frosty and slow.
Yeah. You can't move.
I know. Can I just spend a full round action trying to warm myself up?
Yeah,
shake
sure.
off the show.
Give me a roll. It won't be hard. Yeah, reduce your... I'm gonna say you use... your main action specifically. Reduce your slow to 2.
Alright, and then it ticks down again at the end of my turn, correct?
Yes, but you still have your movement action.
Movement action, I will go... I will go over to here. That is 3.
Yep. And that's the end of your turn, so you lose both of your chill.
Yep.
Oh, slow. Neve's turn. I'm actually going to do it properly this time. Yep, they're taking the 2. I will also... yeah, they get the soul cannon back. It's only odds on that one. It's a little spooky. But you know what? Alright. This might not affect you too much in a weird way. As she raises a hand, and from beneath the ice, Polaris, you see shackles and chains.
Oh, that's not good.
This technically doesn't deal damage. To start. So that is 16. You don't take any damage. You can now no longer move more than 3 spaces away from where you are right now. And after every single action you take, you will take 2 damage.
How do I dodge?
Go for it.
Let's see. And because I am moving at Neve, I get my funny advantage.
You needed it.
Oh, it was a second dice, so really I just ate the incoming one Drake was gonna get.
Yeah. You'll never guess what they got back, as well.
I was zoning out. Is Navi attacking Polaris? Because if so, she does have the passive thing on her as well.
Oh,
That's
true.
fair. It's not an attack. Is it just targeting? Because all it's doing is wrapping them in chains. Or shackling them.
Let me just double check real quick.
I
All
can roll
attacks.
again.
It's just attacks.
Okay, I'll change that with upgrades.
All right.
Just go dodge. Yeah, I'm gonna say you get out of that that space. But they move down here, and you do not make contact with them.
Yeah, so I would essentially be going to where I was trying to go, but not be able to kick off.
Yes.
Right.
Then they have their movement action. And you know what? Yeah, they're gonna float on over the fire and over the wall. Right over here. Or I guess here.
She has moved within range.
Yep, she sure has.
As Neve floats over and approaches over here, Aster watching intently as the energy tendril is still exploring around, and as soon as Neve gets close enough, one latches onto her, and Aster just looks. I hope you've enjoyed moving around. And I'm going to, in equivalent exchange, and move all of my slow onto Neve.
Lamau, sure. You don't need to roll for that, so...
I don't need to roll for it. I rolled
it has the roll, because...
I rolled it for the sheet from
you
the
fool!
sheet for some fucking reason. It's stupid. There you go.
Yeah. Does this deal any inherent damage?
Nope. It is
Alright.
just moving status effects.
Yep, so they now have 6 slow. Which isn't that impactful on them, as you might have guessed.
I mean, I figure, but it's a little. It's a little bit.
Yeah, no, it's a little. Now I actually have to calculate what her movement is. I've been being Lucy with it, but she does have a fucking stupid amount of movement right now. All right. Yeah. She is then going to fire an attack as at any time, which will hit Cimric and Senla, assuming it hits Cimric. Glaciate.
Wow.
The second d20 is for disadvantage. The first d20 is the real roll.
Okay.
You're so lucky, Cimric, and everyone. So this deals 5 damage. Not the 2 damage you were expecting.
Did you write it
and-
down wrong, or is it just because it was a high roll?
No, she has a lot of buffs.
Oh.
Okay. 5
Yeah, so 5 damage, and your movement until the start of this turn is -2.
Well, alright then.
Yeah, not set to -2, it's -2 from where it would normally be. I have been rolling way too well for Simric's passive. I should definitely upgrade that a little bit.
Yeah, I mean,
more
it doesn't
than I
help.
already have
My
plans.
my weakness is buffs. Roll buffs
Yeah.
are just no. They kill me.
Yeah, I've been forgetting to fucking summon souls, so I'm gonna put like 4 down. But Nemi, it's your turn.
Okay.
Oh, and their turn ended, so they lose 1. Slow. Just slow. No, not roll. There we go.
Let me just check something real quick. I think that would be the best. Okay. Nimi is going to look at all this fire and bone in front of her, and just go to inhale all that in, spending a bit of stamina to really funnel it in since it's kind of widely spread out.
Yeah.
And create like a sort of, a vortex, burning all the like snow particles and stuff, so you shouldn't cough, etc., etc.
Yep.
Oh,
fuck
thank
yeah.
God.
There's
So
Nemi's
you're probably gonna want
20.
to prorate this. Because let me pay my stamina. Nimi, by using that ability, just got something that massively increases her healing. Which the base idea is at least double, maybe triple. So I
Right.
assume you're going to want to reduce it or funnel some of it into a buff of some kind.
Yeah, I'm gonna say heal for, and this is not gonna be multiplied. Heal for 2d4 plus 6.
Yep. Okie doke.
Which I believe is like a max of about 14, which is pretty good. 9 Lamel. However, this will not activate crits. You are being given a natural +1 that only affects nat 1s. And +3 movement.
That is legitimately actually pretty insane for me because I've been struggling with movement this combat.
Yep. And also, I don't want you to crit fail anymore.
Okay, let me go find this really quick. +1, and then movement +3. Oh boy. I'll check my prof and stuff after my turn is done. But Nimi inhales all of that, and they start to get and feeling pretty
this one as well.
fucking good. If you would have let me,
Yeah, I'll play you.
this may as well. It's not really doing anything. And she is immediately going to burst forward. Sorry, I was planning around my turn failing, so the 20 changed things.
Gotta have a backup plan for your backup plan.
You have a backup plan.
Or
Yes,
an
Nimi is-
anti-backup plan, I guess.
Nimi is going to use a movement action ability. Which basically, she sort of crouches down, getting to a sort of like sprinter stance, disappears for a moment, and there's like a sonic boom. If she like immolates herself at such quick velocity, she basically just teleports through Niev, or Nieve, which would ideally make them fuel soaked. 7.
That's an 8.
Uh,
You still have a +1.
Oh, right. +1.
So I'm gonna say they can't be knocked prone. That's just
That's
not something
entirely fine.
they can do. But they are gonna be fuel soaked. This doesn't deal any inherent damage by the looks of it. So
Nope.
let's use this one.
Let's just do this. Since Nimi has the skull equipped, there's constantly a wake of like fuel and coal just dribbling from her spaces. I'll go get
no.
fuel soaked.
Yep.
Looks at somewhere.
So fuel soak is, it doesn't stack with itself. It can only really be applied the one time.
Yep.
But they take 1.5 as much damage from the next source of fire explosion damage and gain an irresistible stack of LC burn. As Nimi apparates in the instance she is mid-air, she is going to reel back and hit into them, knocking them back along the path while detonating them.
Okay, so they
Ideally.
detonate.
Part I was gonna do.
So they detonate, and are you detonating all the fuel spaces, or are you detonating the vein and then hitting them into more fuel for later?
So technically, I was flavoring it, but since they have the burn stack, they'd constantly be detonating.
I see.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yep.
Give me a roll, I think.
She is going to just slam into them with a big kick.
Yep, that's a
I
big
would
9.
do 9.
Let's
See,
say she doesn't want that to happen. She's gonna
spending
use another one of
5.
her single-use abilities. Get out! This is a +6 because of Asta's stuff.
Okay.
It's normally a +3. Admittedly, it's so crazy.
So, does that count as a nat 20, or is that just a roll modifier?
Nope, that's just a regular roll 20. And this is not an attack, so Cimric gets pushed here, Asta gets pushed here, and Nemi would be pushed over here. This is how it would go, so feel free to that's the result. So feel free to like try and stop that if you have any ways of doing it. That's what I'm saying.
I'm going to anytime using the same thing I used earlier. Slick maneuver. Yumi can use this to feint, and especially in response to her actions being negated or any time, which allows her to, as part of the ability, if the ability is successful, immediately re-perform the action at no cost, and it can't be interrupted.
All right, give it a roll. 16.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So she basically turns into, gas for a second, sort of passing through the shockwave, flipping yet again and just kicking in to Nieve, sending them 10 spaces back that direction, and I think doing somewhere in the ballpark of, 8 spaces back, and then somewhere in the ballpark of 9 plus 2d4 damage. Let me roll the dice. Oops. Roll 2.
Alright, so they'd be pushed to exactly here. So feel free to delete your spaces.
Yep.
Then they would be, and this is 5 damage immediately.
So it'd be.
So it'll be 8 damage on contact. And then I'm going to roll the LC burn for each space they move through, and then multiply that by 1.5 times.
I see.
Does that sound Does that sound about right for how
That's
that
pretty
work?
good. No, yeah, thank you.
I may end up pro-rating a little bit, but like that's how I would rule this. So it's 3, I think. Yep, they'll take 3 damage. Then I'm gonna say they'll take another 3 damage, and then they'll take just 2 damage. So they'll take another 8. So 16 damage overall. That does get rid of the fuel on them, though.
Yep.
I'm also gonna use that to proc the well they've had on them this whole time and just make a square around them.
Yeah, sure. Is the square relative to their size?
It is a 3x3.
Okay. Yeah, make that square.
And that's a square of my aura, and that removes the well from them, but they're still guided.
Yep. I've kept the mark on there is what the full star is. Yeah, and it's an exact copy of their aura and changes as it changes. Yeah. Quinn.
What?
It's an exact copy of your aura as created, and then it'll change when you change your aura if you change your aura.
Gotcha.
I know that's. I'm asking that.
Oh, you're asking. Because my aura is currently modified.
Yes.
I would assume, but that's up to your ruling.
I'm gonna say it's as when created. In that
Gotcha.
case. Since it's technically not connected to you anymore in the same way. Alright. If you do stop paying upkeep for it, it will affect it, though.
Yep.
Alright, that is that. Does that deal damage?
It does not.
I'm assuming it's better for Neve to stay in that area, right? Or does it not
For
matter
you
as
guys,
much?
I would assume so.
I was asking Quinn mostly.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Is it better for Neve to stay in the area you just made?
It's fine either way. I can do more if she's in it, but it doesn't particularly matter.
Okay, I can bullshit away so that a part of her is in it for what I'm going to do. But I'm assuming I gotta wait for Nemi's turn.
I assume that's Nemi's turn and over.
I was just waiting. I'm going to just ready my bonus action to pull out of aura since we're in big line attack.
Yep. Yeah, someone's your turn. She does not have any fuel on her, so.
So, as a quick recap, the big beam attack earlier put 3 chill on me, right? Or was that?
It put 3 chill on you. It put 3 chill on you. I don't know why you have 5, but yeah.
Chill or slow?
Something else applies.
Slow.
Whatever, doesn't matter. Something else Neve did applied to slow to everyone it hit, and I was hit by it. So that's a grand total of 5 slow, and unless Polaris' aura causes it to decay now, that's all of Sindler's movement.
It would not. Hold on, what did I use that applied more slow? Oh yeah, glaciate.
Right, glaciate, yeah.
Yeah.
Point is... Okay. Now, important question. Let me post the thing. This causes me... It says that when I use an ability in Molten mode, it gains extra damage and such. Would using the ability that...
If it puts you into Molten mode, no.
Okay. Wanted to be sure.
That's how I would rule it. Because you haven't used it yet.
Okay.
Or, like, the process of using it then sends you up, rather, I should say.
Okay. So I'm going to start with Flame Whip to try to pull Neve towards me.
Yeah.
As at any time.
You actually got it, man. So you deal 6 damage. Let's see if she has anything for that. She's gonna at least try to create a wall of ice between you and her. That's actually got a plus. That is a plus. Yours is fire. That has a +6. I forgot. to add it. But yes, I will say, you move her, but do not deal the damage. So, that.
Okay, that completely. No, it doesn't completely fuck my plan, because I decided to use an ability instead of basic attack to get the last damage. No, which button was it? Whirl of Flame.
Well, unless you would prefer it to deal damage, in which case it would move them.
I need her adjacent to me.
Okay.
So that takes priority. But if it's not doing any damage, it doesn't give me any of the heat. But this will get me 2.
Yeah, no, fuck yeah, that gives you the 2 heat. That immediately also, I'll roll the die, because this would happen immediately. 4 damage.
And then now that I'm in molten mode, I've used my main action, but let's see, how many basic attacks do I get? Let's see. Twice as a main action, can't do that. Once as a bonus, once as a swift at half damage. So here we go. Start with the bonus action.
All right, yep. That hits for the 6, and inflicts them with the LC burn. I actually forgot to give them the glitch burn, rather. I actually forgot to give them regular burn as well. So hold on. You know what? Let's use the acid one for glitch burn. So they have 2 different stacks of burn on them.
And swift action.
Yep. That
15
is
plus
another
3
6.
damage.
Oh no.
Half damage.
Oh, both of them?
No, just swift action. Bonus
Okay.
action is full damage, I'm pretty sure.
Alright, yep, and they'll take another stack of glitch burn.
And that is everything I can do in one turn. So,
Pretty good.
I'm about to get my ass kicked, I'm pretty sure, because Molten
Well-
also increases incoming damage, but...
Well, here's the thing. Their turn starts. They take... Hold on, let me work this out. $10 damage.
Okay.
And they sort of look down at you, sigh for a moment. Or not sigh, but like let out like a breath of wind. Asta, it is your turn. It is the last move of combat. If you have anything.
Punch a ghost. Do it.
Amber, you are muted.
They might
Is
still
she
be
still-
doing.
Thank you for letting me know. I forgot I was muted.
Yep. I will say that they, because of the. Oh, sorry, real quick. It won't matter. But Senla, take away 3 chill, and I'm slow, and I'm also going to be taking away 2 because of the 5. Yeah. If you need any extra spaces of movement, you can have them.
It's fine. I was calculating ranges, and I've just enough as Esther's just going to move close, and well, it seems like things are wrapping up, so I think I'll just take a bit off the top for the road, so to speak.
Yeah. You know what? You don't usually roll for things, but you feel your soul, be affected. That is now a 15. Roll 1 more d6. Just for fun. Yeah, you deal 4 damage.
I'm trying to be serious here. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You're still eepy.
And the sort of wind dies down. And it's a lot less dramatic of a change than when she first turned into her true form, as it were.
Reaper form.
It's just like a snowstorm surrounds them, and they're back to this. And they sort of nod at you. all, Nemi, you get the feeling that it's like, yeah, no, I can let you go.
Hey yo, before the spirits inevitably fade, can Simric high five?
Oh yeah, sure. You high five it, it feels cold, it goes back into the ground.
As the
yes,
transformation
Sendler.
happens, Sendler glares defiantly for a moment before his gaze softens.
Yeah. She humbly requests you turn off that fucking whirl of fire.
Already done. Already done. I'm going into the token to remove the aura now.
Yeah. So you all heal to full, firstly.
Hell yeah.
Oh, thank God.
Whether that is because she brings out the meat again and it's still hot inside that ice, and she brings it out, it will start eating again, or like just a slight rest. They move up to Nemi, who, whether this is true or not, or how people feel about this is true or not, they've decided to take you as the de facto leader of this party, mostly because you understand what they're saying the most.
You understand, and you're also not a dingus like maybe
Yeah.
Aster and Simric are.
Yeah. Creepy.
Creepy.
They sort of gesture in a way of like, yep, you know, I can let you go up the thing. You've passed what you need to do. And here is a gift. So, firstly, you will be getting combat rewards from this. It's not going to be much, because the goal wasn't to take them out. In fact, I'm going to tell you right now, you did 83 damage out of the 150 I gave them for the time being.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Most of us are babies.
So I'll bring out those in a second. You all gain, for the duration of this session, I'm gonna say 15 temp stamina.
Woo, yeah, baby! Woo!
This cannot be
Temporary
healed
max.
in any way. Yeah, temporary max, effectively. So just effectively heal yourself above what you should have. We'll gain 15 temporary stamina.
So that's not what I
You
wanted.
also are going to effectively it's not like you're taking like reduced damage, right? Climbing up the mountain, the environment is going to be slightly easier on you, on your like bodies. But for full clarification, well, no, you'll see later when we get to it. Yeah. So that's their like gift to you, as you sort of like the ritual is complete and the souls from the ground start swirling around you and then dissipate again back into the ground.
Woo, baby, yeah! Maybe we won't all pass out aside from Simric next time. Woo!
Yeah. I don't feel like fucking bringing out fucking anything. So 3 stamina, 2 prof, or strip. I'm gonna say 5 comp.
Hello, Prof.
Because companionship is tempting. So
And I'll
just
say
do,
you
right?
also all automatically gain 1 with each other and 2 with Neve.
1 with each other, 2 with Neve. I'll note that down on my sheet for that later.
Oh, but yeah, same here. You said 2 prof, right?
2 prof. 2 prof, 3 stamina, 5 comp.
I will take the 2 prof.
Yeah.
And Jamie,
Yeah?
at 26, you get a really good one, at least
Yeah?
in my opinion, and absolutely one of the most you are gonna want to get comp upgrades of all time.
Yeah?
Babysitter mode activate. Upgrade for God Kitty. Cimric can now use this as a bonus action by paying an extra stamina. In addition, he may, once per combat per person, use this on a unit he has at least 5 companionship with without taking up its primary usage.
Woo!
So, effectively, if you have 5 comp with the entire party, you effectively have a 7 times per combat. If it's a 5, if it's a 6-man party.
Hell fucking yeah, baby! I'm adding that real quick.
Penny, that's horrific.
Yes. But all it does is really like push someone into an alternate realm. Not push them. It gives them Cimric's passive for like a round, so it's not like crazy. Yeah. What does Polaris get?
Soleil?
Oh, there it is. It's all good. Oh, that's fun for
Just quickly.
the Polaris.
Oh, did she freeze? Oh, there it goes.
I am just building up those passives, huh?
Yeah, but you know, it's all fun though. Hope
One
that comes up
comp
with...
with party, 2 with Neve, right?
Yep, 1 comp with the party, 2 with the day.
Okay.
Hope that combo was fun. I need to be right back because I need to go to the toilet.
Alright.
I
So,
also
like-
need to use the bathroom.
Are you keeping track of where Polaris's comps are at? Because I just have things on this sheet and
Her
I'm not.
comp? No.
Yeah.
I have not been keeping track of her companionship.
I usually use a companionship spreadsheet in Google if to track mine, if that helps you at some point to try to do that. But normally players kind of track that on their own sheet.
Yeah. I realized I never got around to making like my own Google Doc for it, so I've just been tracking upgrades in the Roll20 sheet.
Yeah, here, let me share with you my spreadsheet that I use, right? And you can like use it if you want for yourself. I just find it useful. Copy link. If things won't lag to all hell for me. Discord might crash, we'll see. No, it's holding up so far. I should probably actually put this in mid-session, whatever. I'll also post it in mid-session so it's easier to find, but there you go.
Gotcha.
I actually am realizing I need to make a Cimric one because he hasn't gotten companionship yet. We're going to just remove all that shit that I have there. What was in that? Okay, that was just what the player that was on Chat Ghost. I can remove that.
I think for now, do you know offhand if this is the first comp we've gotten?
I think it is, because normally I would have noted it down by now. I would have made him a sheet if we had. So unless it's something where it wasn't a general, everyone gets one with each other, like you might have gotten some specifically with someone by now, but as far as I'm aware, no.
Gotcha.
At least no general everyone gets one with everyone has happened, as far as I'm aware.
If it helps, I didn't have any with you before, so you don't need to track any for me.
Alright, let me get everyone Who's all here? We have Aster is A.
We'll just make for now. I'll put it in a spreadsheet later, but for now I'm just gonna do comp tracker 9,000 as a talent.
Oh shit, what did I do?
I
Depending.
just track it in my character's character info on the roll20 sheet.
If you scroll down on your sheet, Quinn, there should be a section for companionship.
Oh no, I'm seeing in the roll20 sheet.
She doesn't have access
Oh.
to edit in her Google Doc is the problem.
I see.
Well, I just haven't set up my own Google Doc yet. Is the thing.
Let me.
I could grant you edit access for the base one, or you could just make your own copy. I know that I tend to make my own copy, but
Yeah.
like, you know.
I also tend to do my own copy as well, but
Yeah.
I just haven't gotten around to it yet.
I usually
That's
don't, but that's
fine.
mostly just to make it easier for my upgrader to usually keep track of what I actually have and don't have. That's just a me thing.
I mean,
That's
I know
fair.
that, like, at least for me on that front, when I'm writing prof upgrades for a character, I mean, things that are prof upgrades will be very obviously labeled as such, but on my prof upgrades docs, I gray out options they've already gotten, which means I can, like, keep track of what they already have, and, like, kind of, like, roughly where they're at, so, that's at least what I do. But,
And then we have one with Ne. And EVE
I'm back.
equals 1, and this is NAD P2 P3 and just drag and drop. Alright, there we go. Alright, my companion sheet for Simric has been made and upgraded. Updated. There we go. Gosh, I still have 2 in the V. There we go. There we are. Oh boy, I've opened up the Roll20 impulsively, or not the Roll20, the Discord impulsively. Let's hope it doesn't crash when I tab out.
What a doing?
Yeah. I really need to figure out why Discord's been doing this lately, cause like it's been getting worse and worse. I like even deleted and re-downloaded Discord. It's just been doing this since like I think at this point 3 or 4 updates back. It's crazy. And it might be tied to the reason why GIFs are also not loading properly on Discord for me anymore.
My Discord has also been getting weirder. It, like, on mobile keeps doing this thing that it sends me to the gray.
Huh.
I know Iris's mobile Discord has been acting up for, like, specifically voice calls. Like, sometimes she just straight up will stop being able to even, like, hear people or do anything on mobile when it's in a voice call.
I know my mobile Discord does this really quirky, cool thing where when I'm in a call, randomly it'll disconnect me without making a sound or anything.
I mean, yours has been fucked up from the beginning. You don't even get notifications for DMs.
Yeah, I don't even get desktop shit.
Alright, I'm tabbing out of the Discord. Okay, we live. Okay, wonderful. Please, no.
But yeah, hope that little combo was fun.
Yeah. How much more do you have planned for this session, if I might ask, before we like,
well, we have
break
the
it apart?
entire end of the of the hunt planned out. It's all done. I said this before we started. But there is going to be a potentially long part, depending on how you guys interact with it, and then one combat. We have a specific stopping point before that combat, if we need it.
I was thinking we might, because I think if I remember correctly, Drake, for one, can't go past midnight, and I think, Quinn, you said that you can't go too terribly late, right?
I prefer not to go late. I've got to be up, like, in a hot. I have to be up at like 5:30.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So, again, if we feel like we really need it, which sounds like we might, there is a planned starting point. Yeah. Which I would obviously prefer to get to.
Yeah, of course.
If, and not, like, leave anything,
I'll
hanging.
leave too much hanging, yeah. Makes sense. Was just curious how much energy I need to make sure I have squared away here.
Uh-huh.
Considering, my poor little boy brain when I'm streaming, tends to zone out very easily.
Yeah.
Are we missing anyone else? I can't tab back into Discord to check.
I'm here.
If we count everyone unmuted, or at least on Discord, I think we have Amber, Quinn, you, me, Scarlet's BRB right now, but she's not muted for a little bit, but Molly and I think Drake, but like, no one's saying anything.
Well, that could be a sign they're not here.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm here.
Hey, how about we
I
do
said
it?
something,
Oh,
but-
yeah, we got a roll call. It sounds
Yeah.
like Drake has responded, Belmoli's responded, Sam's responded, James is talking, Quinn.
I'm alive.
Yeah, Quinn's
All right.
alive, so it sounds like everyone's.
We got everyone then.
Thank you, Salai.
No problem. I can go into organization mode. I can figure out what's
You
going
can
on.
reactivate your kindergarten teacher sleeper agent.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Huh?
All right. So, assuming everyone's here, then and it seems like we are.
For Scarlet, because we aren't.
Scarlet won't be needed for a bit.
Yeah,
Okay.
Penny had just mentioned that, yeah.
All right. Let's pick it back up again. You're all after receiving blessings of the soul, as it were, you will start feeling very rejuvenated in like stamina and strength almost.
Like, kind of like we got an overheal.
Yeah. This place, like, it's not like cold, right? It's cold, but despite how it looks, it's not like freezing, right? But even so, you all start feeling even more comfortable, right? It's like it like maybe it was a little chilly, but now it's like, yeah, no, this is fine. And she walks past you all once again, over to here, where there is a like a short, like winding exit to the cave, right? That she sort of like all directs you to. And she'll move out of the way as well. And she feels like she doesn't want to like rush you, but also, danger up there. They need you to go on ahead. But as you're about to leave, they once again sort of stop you all and look at Nemi again in particular. And this comes through a lot clearer. They, while you're up there, ask you to look out for a girl with black hair. Um, they went up the mountain like some weeks ago. They have not returned.
Did this
but-
person wear green?
They shake their head.
Okay, so it's not Madison. Probably.
They say that they know they're alive as well, because
hear.
otherwise they would have gone up to take their soul. This is followed up with just they can't prepare you for what you'll experience on the mountain. But they wish you luck.
Thank
And
you
also
for
feel
the-
free to take some meat with you.
Oh, he is. He's already got some in
Yeah.
his hand. He's eating while he's walking.
Same with Aster.
Future
Munchy
sort of
buddies.
comes out of here.
Da-da-da-da-da-da.
They're still sleeping. I heard you guys fighting. I guess it's some kind of ritual, looking at the walls and stuff.
Oh, I forgot you were in
something like
there.
that.
Yeah. We'll be following you up at some point. Right now, he is resting, and we are waiting on a couple others to come.
Okie dokie, bud.
Whether we get up there before or after you're done with what you do, or we just meet you on the way up while you're going down, who's to say? But we'll meet again.
Looking forward to it.
And they go over to the meat.
Sandler turns to Neve. Thank you for your guidance and your blessing.
They nod.
Sandler nods in turn.
And they seemingly just meld with like the snow in the area and disappear for a bit.
I need
Well,
a rest too. Hmm?
Well, everyone, let's go save a dragon.
Do we even know if it's like a dragon or if it's like some other kind of thing that just kind of looks like it? Maybe it's a giant worm. Maybe they just drew it wrong.
Giant worm would be cool.
Save
I
a
feel
giant
like-
creature.
It seems like it's probably religiously significant. Would Polaris be able to attempt to roll for none?
Oh, dude, you don't need to roll for that. That dragon's like that. How the spirit, like how Neve is the spirit of the Borealis. That dragon is like the guardian. Of
Guardian
the expanse.
worm.
Specifically, it's called the Verglas dragon.
I recognize that name. Sandler wouldn't, but I do.
Yeah. And you know, it's been like there are many like gods and guardians and spirits that inhabit the expanse and like part of folklore. The dragon is like the top one.
She relays all of this information to sort of emphasize the importance.
I think your people just got it wrong and it's a giant worm.
You know what? Actually, there's one more thing that I want Polaris to roll for with just a regular roll.
Alright.
Yeah, that's good enough. DC was 12. As you were walking past it, and as you were looking at the carving, like the cave like carving that Neve scratched out the dragon on, you notice a very, very small symbol just below the tip of the mountain, like the tip of the very tip of the top. It's like slightly like smudged / damaged, so you can't tell what the symbol is, but there is definitely like that's not like an unfortunate like icicle like dropping off. That was carved in there on purpose.
Yeah.
What you looking at there, bud? Trying to figure out if it's a worm or a dragon?
No, there's like this other symbol.
Uh-huh.
Seems potentially
Other symbol?
relevant.
I think I
Um,
recognize it.
Hmm.
we'll assume this conversation happened a little bit earlier because this is just something you noticed then
Dinner.
that I forgot to tell you about or ask you to roll for specifically. Yeah. With that, I'm gonna grab you all and move you on to the next map.
Yeah.
I thought I copied you guys, and I went onto the other map and pasted a fucking ghost.
The party is dead.
Just one ghost.
One of us is dead.
The rest of us were erased from history altogether.
Let me just do this. There we go. Immediately as soon as you step out of the almost comfort of the the cave system, you are met with brutal winds, and you know when snow is snow and rain is slightly too fucking fast and hurts when you fucking go out, but not that much.
Whipping around.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like
In the
that.
face, yeah.
Ugh.
I'm gonna say, right? Just immediately, all of you take 1 damage.
Bring me down to an even 80.
Even 50.
Yep.
And the roll 20 does not update my
All of us
card
collectively
glitch.
refreshing.
An even 41.
Yeah. And this is not like a combat or action scene or anything I need to bring up initiative for, right? You're all free to move up. However, act as though you have -2 movement.
Ugh.
Okay.
As just the winds are
It fucking whipped me.
brutal and the
It
snow is deep.
Can Wimde.
Like I say, I'm glad we have the blessing.
Ugh,
Should we have
Yeah.
gotten a
Yeah,
wagon
without
for
that blessing,
Nemi?
Nemi would be fucked. Not gonna lie.
Oh, brutal, bro. Ugh.
I guess Polaris can't carry Nemi, but you will at least offer an arm of support.
Yeah, I'll say Polaris and Nemi between you. Not between you. You now, as long as you are adjacent to each other, you both have 2 movement.
Unfortunately, as Polaris goes to offer, Nimi would just sort of stamp down their cane. No, really, it's fine. I'll keep up.
I've learned from personal experience that you don't want to let anyone fall behind in a blizzard.
I'll keep up.
Polaris, you've lived here your entire life. You have never felt a blizzard like this before. Yeah, blizzards happen all the time, and they're terrible, right? They're cold and shitty. This is like that times 10.
This is mega cold, mega shitty.
Yeah.
Even though she could be more of the, she's just gonna hang at the back of the group as they move, just to keep an eye on all of the people presumably less used to blizzards.
Yeah.
Oh,
As I
this
said,
is
feel
awful.
free to just move as you can.
Be careful where you place your weight. Some patches might be deeper than
Ice.
you realize.
Oh, even worse. Okay.
I'll say actually on that, hey, Senla, give me a roll.
Okay. 1d20.
Strip, one may carry me
Okay.
through these troubling times.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's not good enough to give you a spark of an idea. But you're like looking at the snow like melting around you. And I'll say, so long as Nemi moves directly in your path, they have 2 movement instead of 1.
Okay.
I'm still giving Nemi that extra movement.
Now I'm wondering what that idea you wanted to give was. Like, I could just like light fires, but not help.
I mean, maybe you'll figure it out later.
Hey, Penny. I want to ask, because I mentioned Nimi has been doing the same thing. I don't know if that would equate to me getting a role or helping Polaris.
I'm going to say, no, purely because Senla's heat is just stronger.
Understandable.
Senla's heat, like your epithet is like strong, right? Well, Nimi's epithet is strong. Their power is like very versatile and very like effective, especially when it comes to heat. Senla in particular is emanating a literal otherworldly heat. And it's just more effective on this.
Gotcha.
Hey, Aster, try to walk maybe in my, the path of snow I'm kind of carving here in my wake. Maybe that'll make it easier.
I'm doing what I can.
Yeah. As soon as you make a path of snow, right, it starts like filling up like almost immediately.
Oh, that's great.
It's like there are no tracks left behind, effectively, except by Senla, but only for like a moment.
If we are confident that someone is able to take the lead, single file could be a safer way to proceed.
At least makes it harder for someone to accidentally get left behind or fall in the snow and not be seen.
I think it's pretty much guaranteed if I ever fall in the snow, I'm just dead.
Maybe don't then!
Concerning.
Simric and Senla, when you get to the space ahead of you specifically, that is when you notice that it starts to become an incline.
Up or downward?
Upward, obviously. It's a mountain.
Okay.
Oh boy.
I didn't want to assume.
I know. It's not the fucking reverse mountain. No, it is a mountain.
I mean, with what they did to the lake.
Fair.
Anyone got mountain climbing experience?
Hilarious raises the hand in the back.
Yeah, I figured.
Lyris, you have not climbed this mountain before.
Not this one, but like she's done
In
mountains.
general,
Yeah, similarly, Nimi would chime in like, yes, but not one like this.
Aster, just for safety, I don't normally do this, but just extends tail. Hold on, please. I don't want you to fall over and die.
Aster, lightly holds on. Does their best to keep pace, but
It's not a sex thing.
It's more
it's not.
platonic reassurance.
It's a Aster is still kind of low energy right now.
Yeah.
The wind starts to pick up. I'm gonna need everyone to make a roll. Including Aster.
No, it's not. This isn't Aster using his epithet, so she doesn't have to roll.
Okay.
My second 9.
Yeah. Aster,
96.
you sort of almost like strands of hair coming off of you, or like antennae, right? You sort of like notice the wind picking up, and manage to brace. And you manage to brace yourself and Simric, with Simric's 12. Polaris, down here. Nemi with
One,
Polaris.
1 second.
Oh.
Because I was waiting for this moment because I wanted to roll low.
Yep.
Nimi got a feature last session. And as you may have noticed, Nimi has not been walking in Sindler's footsteps. They're way too proud and stubborn for that, because Nimi has a will to fight on her own. I am going to spend 5 stamina to add a plus 10 to that.
Ooh.
I'm going to add all of that into, or all of that rather, burn into Nimi's skeletal frame that alters her movement, and I'm going to reach the 5 cap and activate this.
All right. Yeah. In that case, the like bones that like manifest around your legs, like almost act as like climbing shoes or like mountaineering shoes. As the wind blows, you're still knocked back here. But I'm gonna say you have 3 movement now, I guess.
No.
I guess it's every space of movement only takes half as much. So yeah, let's say 2 movement, but you still have that effect.
Yeah.
Senla, I'm gonna need you to give me 1 more roll.
Okay.
Making sure you don't crash into us, maybe?
Oh, you fucking crashed the shit into them.
God.
I imagine.
Cramp.
I imagine it's a situation of like after it's a sort of sixth sense that the thing is coming and sort of like ducks down, pulls like to break him a little bit, pulls Simric down like. What the wind's gonna get pretty bad, and then Sendler comes tumbling
Yeah,
into them.
Senla literally like gets blown off of their feet and headbutts Simrig, and you'll like tumble backwards.
Oh god.
Sorry about
Ow.
Watch.
I'm
Really
gonna
okay?
say Simric and Senla take 2.
Maybe. Watch out for the wind.
Yeah, no
Noted.
kidding. Is everyone okay, Polaris?
As all that happens, Nimi is going to like trudge forward as people are like collecting their bearings, their will for stubbornness kind of pushing them ahead. And as she gets to like this type of area, she's going to look back. Here, grab on so we don't get pulled away. And she's going to form a tendril and like pull it down the thing. And if they're willing, wrap it around them.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Them being
Mountain
all of us or
climbing.
somewhat specific.
Just everybody.
Okay.
You know, like mountain
Yeah,
climbing
yeah.
rope.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Come on, Sindler, you up front with me.
The next time the wind comes up, I'm gonna want you to roll again, like twice, effectively.
All right, here we go, gamers. Once again, up the hill. Woo!
Grudge. New dialogue. Grudge.
Walking.
As they're walking, I want you guys to keep in mind that this could be another long battle. And up here, there's really nowhere to run to. If you do really feel like leaving, no one's gonna fault you. Your life should come first.
Simric does not say this, but he is thinking, man, our formation is shaped like a dick.
Dragging our dick through the snow.
Yeah.
There's-
Wind picks up a little bit. It doesn't. You all brace and don't get sent back down. You don't have to roll for that one, Nemi.
I had an idea, but I realized the sudden temperature shock switching to space form to make myself heavier would probably kill me.
There's a strong part of me that wants to take you up on that offer. But at this point, I'm too invested in seeing what this dragon thing is all about.
I mean, you know, sunk cost fallacy or whatever the fuck. Also, I can just, like, run away in an instant if I need to, so, like,
I'm still feeling pretty good from the rest of the fight, but we can't keep this up indefinitely. So.
I'll just justify this to myself as training my endurance.
Nimi smiles a little bit at that.
Oh, the music changed.
I just have 2 tracks.
What music?
Senna's like got headphones on.
He's like, oh shit, music shuffled.
Spotify playlist.
He doesn't have ears though. How does he wear headphones?
Stapled on.
I'm gonna have to ask you to please never say those 2 words in that way again.
You don't want
Unstapled.
headphones stapled.
I'm just imagining a fucking Mr. Potato Head character that has various parts of their face that they can attach and detach to gain or remove senses as necessary.
Oh boy,
Yeah.
split path.
Left
Well,
or
considering-
right, everybody?
Considering our formation, we'd probably have to go left.
You spend like at least a minute or 2 there just to try. And yeah, I'm gonna need everyone to make a roll, and then we make 2.
Nice.
Here we go.
Is it advantage or disadvantage?
It's
Uh-oh.
for 2 different things.
Oh. Well,
Okay.
Doesn't matter.
I will start with Nemi. Because the second roll is for the rope. Most things have moisture in them. Especially when something is like literally gaining moisture from the snow. And you notice that, like, you know, it's not bad right now. The rope you have, like, there are like flakes of ice sort of coming off of it, like off of like an odd like strand or like frayed like piece of like the rope.
I will interject. I do like that visualization. It is not a rope, it is Nimi's sort of wisp tendril.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Yeah.
Point stands, motherfucker! You wanna get pedantic?
I will say point stands, but it'll be a little better than just regular rope.
If you
Yeah.
want, I can periodically spend stamina to just warm it up. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I would say with the 12 spend 2 right now. I will also say roll 1 more time, because I really should give you 1 more roll, especially if it's your epithet. Okay. So Nemi, Simric, and Senla in particular.
Yay! The front
Nemi
line.
is standing firm with the rope. Simric and Senla, you're effectively just the closest ones. So you all 3 will just move back like a single space.
Into Aster.
Yeah, well, Aster's also going to be moving back. Aster, you sort of get blown to the side a little bit, and you sort of end up like here. You're still attached to the rope, but it's all good. Polaris, I want you to give me 1 more roll.
I believe.
Excellent.
That was
Hold
so
Favor.
cocked.
Polaris, I'm actually going to say you use your epithet here. Because your epithet, if I'm remembering correctly, is Aurora or Borealis? One of those 2?
Oh wait. Yes, Aurora.
Yes. And, you know, you sort of, like, manage to channel your epithet. Like, you can feel yourself, like, going, like, down the mountain, channel your epithet into the snow, and it sort of resonates and allows you to stop before you go any further, as you're sort of like sliding this way, and if you'd hit those rocks, it would have been extremely bad.
I like to think she manifests the scythe and just hooks it into the ground.
Yeah, effectively, it's like you don't really have time to manifest like the whole scythe, so it's like you put your hands on the ground, into the snow, and then like the scythe's blade like pops out of your arms, like both of them, and like you sort of like Wolverine grab onto the
Got a
ground.
mountain climber with like a tool to hook onto the mountain. Yeah.
Yeah. The wind didn't. The wind was pretty strong, but it wasn't as strong as it was last time either.
Yeah. As Aster gets briefly blown away, they a little bit more quickly than they have been moving more before, kind of scramble back to get back behind Simmer.
You okay, bud?
Yeah, I'm fine. When we were getting flown back again, I tried to, be in the way to help brace you, and got kind of blown away.
I appreciate it. Ugh. You okay back there, Polaris?
Yes. This is quite harsh.
No kidding!
I think I'm just going to keep my scythe out.
Yeah, makes sense. I would say you hold it. Is Polaris left-handed or right-handed?
I mean, it's a scythe, so you hold it in two hands.
Well, I want to know what your dominant hand is.
Dominant hand.
Like-
Probably right-handed purely because I went to do the scythe motion and my right hand was on top.
Yeah. So you grab onto the rope with your left hand and sort of like wrap it around your hand, right? So it's like balled into a fist, but it's like the rope's wrapped around there. You have your scythe ready in your right hand to slam into the ground if you need.
It's like every step I'm essentially digging it in and then pulling myself along the rope and the scythe as I step.
Yep.
So it's
Badass.
I'm gonna say you have advantage the next time you need to roll for like climbing or like the wind to deal with that.
Yep.
Okay.
Back into dick
we're going left.
formation.
Yeah. As we start walking up and Nimi just talks. Unless this is just a divide, narrower passages tend to lead up higher or go lower. So safest bet is still the left. Just lending words of affirmation since that can instill confidence in people.
It's like we're gonna have to slide over a little bit. Ugh.
Yep, there is a bit of a blockage with the tree.
With noting, wind does also tend to carry stronger through narrow passages surrounded by large walls.
Sorry, bestie.
Nod.
It's going to grip the wall.
Yep, that is perfectly fine. I was gonna say, you are all going to have to sort of like move through like this kind of pathway, because although this is a tree and you'd expect the trunk to like underneath the tree to be fine, this tree is half buried
Very
on the
dense.
side of this mountain. So like you can still like get around it. It's just gonna be like a little awkward.
Or at
Would
the
it
very
be
least, it might
possible?
be. Okay, you go.
Would it be possible to sort of flatten it out to make a wider area to go through? Like push it back?
No. If you look at it, and like, it is like, well, I wouldn't say no. In fact, I would say it would be hard in these conditions.
It might at the very least be useful to hold on to the tree while trying to get around it.
Yeah, like you might get like an extra like width of space to like move.
Yeah.
We could all just go single file.
The Nemi, Semler, me, or like.
Nimi is gonna go here and just try to like with her, because she's pretty strong, but very delicately, carefully. If need be, I can spend stamina to help ease it or use other stuff. But she's going to pull it back. Okay, Sindler, you go through, help the next person. I'll hold this.
Understood. So, Sandler starts to go through.
Yep. Give me Sandler and Nimi. Give me rolls.
Yep.
I will mention that Sandler is keeping a hand on the wall.
Yeah.
Or his
All
metal claw hand.
Yeah, okay, especially with the metal claw hand. If it was the other hand, I would have done something else. However, I would say that's not good enough, but I'll let you know what it's going to do if you don't. You're like holding the branches back. They're like icy fucking cold, right? And sharp. So you are going to take 2 damage, and you accidentally let one through, and like it sort of whips into Sendler and will do 4 damage to him. But you can boost that if you want to.
So what I'll do, how much do you think I should boost it by?
Sorry, what was that, Demi?
How much do you think you would be comfortable with me boosting it by? Like, what do you think is a good margin?
I would say if you want to not deal damage to Sendler, I would say 3. If you want to not deal damage, or like not deal damage to yourself, I guess, would also be 3. But if you want to not deal damage to both of you, I would say 5.
Nimi would be fine taking damage, so she'll spend 3. That'll boost it by 6. And the way I'll flavor it is like, Nimi sort of like sees it's gonna slap on a Sindler and kind of quickly grabs it, and then following up, she coats her sort of leg with like bone, and then later her arm, and then uses that to sort of brace against it to make it sturdier.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I do not take damage?
You do not take the damage, because Nimi managed to effectively boost that. Because I believe you don't have to roll for that.
No, it just applies to the roll.
Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah, Senla, you get through. And I am going to need you to make another roll. So once you get through, make a roll.
Keeping his claw on the wall at all times. He makes it through, and as you requested. Hell yeah!
Fucking excellent.
I don't think that would get me prof because of reasons, but...
the wind on the other side of this tree is even more, like, piercing and brutal. And, like, you can feel yourself, like, just about to, like, lift off of the ground and go tumbling back through the fucking hole, right? You channel heat into your claw, like, almost instinctively, and manage to melt through the rocks to keep, like, hold. I'm gonna say the wind is strong enough that you're gonna take, like, 2 damage just as the force pulls on you, but you stand firm and do not move. And the wind then passes a little bit, so you can move a little bit further, but we're now going to move on to the next person in the line.
But it is still unusually strong wind.
Yes, it is. It's a lot stronger here, and I will be making more frequent requests for checks through this little section.
Sendler would yell back, "The wind's much stronger over here. Heads up!"
Oh, great.
Yeah, it's a little muffled, but you do hear him.
Alright, you ready for me to go through, Nem?
Yeah, Nimi nods.
Whew. Simric is going to, before he moves forward after hearing, Sendler's warning, switch into half mode with the other plane being one of the various, like, fire kind of lava planes.
Yeah.
And just to, like, help him, fight against that cold.
I am gonna say, give me a roll.
Alright. Let's see how this goes. Yoop.
Okay.
Temperature shock causes
You try and go half and half mode into like a plane of pure heat and fire, right? You don't quite get there. It's almost like something is messing with like your cognitive wants. You instead end up in a like sort of half and half like steel mill sort of plane almost, where it's still hot,
Not
but
as, yeah.
it's not as hot, so it'll still be like easier. It's just not going to be like the easiest.
trivializing.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be trivializing anyway, but yeah. So yeah, feel free to go through. You still have to make a roll to go through.
Right.
I'll say you have a plus 4 to the roll.
As Simric kind of goes along, he's kind of using his claws to get a little bit of a better grip on the wall. I don't imagine it's like too great considering.
Give me a roll and find out.
Alright.
Is that plus 4? Hey, unnatural 20? Yeah. You, turns out this place, like, okay, it's not really helping you with the heat, but the sort of, like, steel, sort of, like, affects your claws, right? And, as luck would happen, you also sort of find the grooves that Settler was using to, like, climb through. And you are completely through. There's no wind as of yet. I mean, there is wind. It just
hasn't picked up as much.
No wind check.
Alright.
Yeah, as Simric gets close, Sendler holds out his arm for Simric to grab onto.
You take it. Alright, next.
And Sendler pulls him through.
Yep, it's Asta next.
Nimi looks to Aster.
Hey, wait a moment. I know you're bad with this stuff.
And she sort of just stretches out a hand, it briefly extending as like the sort of midsection becomes gaseous. She's going to attempt to create a wall up here by touching here that slants upward and shears the wind, since she knows Aster is very low energy and physically drained.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, give that a roll.
Yep. And I'm way willing to spend stamina on this, but I rolled good.
Yeah, you rolled good. Yeah, sure. I'll say Asta, and Polaris. I'm gonna say yes to that.
Cool, because that means I can actually use my abilities.
Lamel. You won't be able to use anything that like teleports you or like moves you like too far, right? But yes, it is technically active. It's sort of like in a different way. It's like channeling through the snow.
Gotcha.
But yeah, Asta and Polaris, that you can sort of tell that this thing is already like starting to erode. But I'm gonna say you both have advantage to get through.
Hey.
Woo!
Thanks for that assistance. And Aster's basically just going to try and make use of being like on the shorter side and like relatively generally like very thin build, and just kind of try and scrungle through.
Mm-hmm. Make use of their scrimbless nature. Yeah, I'll say like, you know, not as quite as good. Like you managed to like get through pretty well, like but you like cut yourself on like on like one of the sharp icy leaves and just take like 2 damage. But you're through pretty much unscathed otherwise. Yeah.
Alright.
Yep. Polaris is next, I believe.
Ah, yes. So you were looking at me like, are you sure you'll be alright going last?
She nods. I'll be perfect.
Yeah, you'll push through begrudgingly then.
Yeah. You still have to roll with advantage.
Yep.
Oh yeah, no, you're through. You're like not even a fucking problem. You put your hood up, to like. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess it was probably already up, but yeah, you know the hood protects you from like any scratches or like like cold you might then feel from the rock. And you are also through. I'm gonna see you right here.
Fine.
But this thing is now gone, as it just erodes away.
Ah, the wind's that strong.
It's also like an opposing like element almost.
We've still got the rope, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Sendler would start pulling the rope to try to help Nemi, or like. Well, first he'd ask if she's ready to come through.
Yeah, she'd sort of like, you see her her hair just kind of billowing in the wind. She raises up a hand, her bone-clad hand, and just sort of says,
Give me a moment.
because Nemi, hopefully with aid from the barrier of bodies they are providing me,
Yeah.
is going to sort of crouch down and focus and look ahead at this sort of like path she's taking. She's going to attempt to selectively cause the parts of her body that would like pass through, so mostly her lower body, to just become intangible.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
Sort of making sure she gets an idea of like, okay, is it working right now ahead of time instead of going like, well, here goes.
Yeah. I don't know if you have to roll for that, but if you do, you should.
So it is a passive, so typically no, though I understand this is a strenuous activity, so it'd be up to you.
No, I'm gonna say you're fine.
Yep. In this form, Nimi's movement is better, but it's, flavorfully hard to upkeep, so she just gets her full 6 movement. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you just see her sort of disappear. The wispy tendril sort of fades for a moment, and then she's right there, and it immediately wraps back around all of you.
Yep. I'm gonna say yeah. You don't need to roll for that. You're fine. You sort of like take a momentary look back, and the branches you were holding to like keep everyone safe from like cuts and stuff are frozen in that place now.
Yep.
I am gonna reveal the next area. But it has been a while, so okay. The wind starts to pick up again. So I will need
uses his free hand to put his hood up.
Yeah. I will need everyone to make a roll. I will say in fact, I will say everyone gets to roll with advantage right now.
Okay.
Oh boy!
This is fine.
Yeah. Polaris, you're not using your epithet this time. Purely because the reason you are fine getting advantage this time is the rope and Nemi, and specifically Senla and Simric effectively having their claws dug into the wall itself. So you are all fine. Everyone who rolled below a 10 will take 2 damage.
Yippee!
So it is 2 stamina for me either way, but I'm just going to spend 2 to boost it to an 11, just for the sake of my kit benefits.
Yeah, sure, that's fine. You won't take the damage in that case. Yeah. You can sort of see the end of. You can sort of see the end of this like little passageway here. But who knows when the wind will pick up again.
Alright. Formation.
Just stay clumped together as a group, I guess.
Has Simric transformed back into like mostly physical form?
Not quite yet. He's probably going to, in just a second, though, just to make it easier for supporting actions like the rope.
Yeah, that Nimi was literally about to mention, like,
Hey, Simric, you should probably come back.
Yeah. Boop. He makes sure the rope is nice and taut on him.
yep.
Alright.
Yep. You will start to, restart climbing your way up. The path behind you just getting even even more laden with deep snow.
Sindler starts climbing up the wall.
I was about to say.
I mean, he's staying very close to that wall. There's also like an angle there. Sandler would check to make sure everyone's still. Make sure everyone's still here.
At this point, Nimi sort of like brings a hand up and like cups it over their eyes, just to see like, oh, how much more of the mountain is left.
Oh, there's a fuck ton of mountain to go.
Figured.
Oh, great.
You can, in fact, give me a roll actually.
Gotcha.
Yeah, you're not quite sure, but you think you can see like there are mountains that have like trees on them, right?
Yeah.
There's usually like mountains that even that are encompassed by like forests and stuff. And you sort of relay that like there's like trees and cover coming up. Polaris, this mountain doesn't have that many trees.
Ah.
Like, you
Interesting.
see this mountain like every other day. There aren't that many trees on this mountain.
So where
Not
did
enough for
the
a whole
trees
forest.
come from?
That's a little. She will point out that this is different from the norm to everyone else as well.
Yeah.
That's a little saucy.
That's neat.
It looks like there's more to like the right, but there's not. Like there is, but you don't need to see that.
If I'd had the forethought, I would have tried to take some of the persistent heat off of that.
Boss. The wind picks up. But as like a ton of fate, almost, it comes from behind and sort of pushes you forward.
Oh, nice.
It almost feels like Neve is pushing you on.
Okay, that's nice.
Aster almost stumbles over Simric and Nemi in front of them.
Oh, careful there, bud.
Come on, guys. We got this.
Almost to the cover.
Yeah.
As
Goes to put claw back into the wall. Realizes there's no wall there.
Yeah. What's up, Drake?
Oh, Nimi was just gonna say,
It looks like there's a mountain up ahead, so there might be a spot to rest.
Yeah, you don't know how long you've been climbing. But you sort of start to make your way, and the ground starts to like change. Like it at first it's like, yeah, there's like a little bit more trees, there's like some cut down logs everywhere every so often. Then you start feeling grass underneath your feet. Like the snow, like somehow like thins. As you're approaching. And suddenly you're in a forest. The wind isn't as strong here, for sure. But you start hearing the sounds of combat.
Uh-oh.
Like metal on metal, or
No. Metal on flesh. Or like it doesn't really sound like metal on metal. I'll say that this place you just have your normal movement again. Yeah.
well, it's a nice reprieve from the wind, but
Something's up.
something's happening.
Yeah. It is still windy. Like, don't get me wrong. Like,
Fucking
But
windy.
not blow us
This
off the
is-
mountain wind.
This
right?
is much more manageable.
oh yeah. Like the ground is like flat, and like it like well trodden. The snow isn't piling up that high. But it's just still windy.
Where's the sounds coming from?
Aster pulls out another strip of meat and starts munching on it.
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
the time for that, bud?
I can eat and walk.
Okay.
And as you guys get closer, you see 3 living creatures. One is a bulldrum. You're familiar with those by now. One is a woman who looks to be in her like late 20s. She's wielding a pure black scythe, but with a like a white opalescent shining blade. And there's also a baby
Tiny.
who's like sitting on the ground, and she has like scraped knees.
Oh, baby,
I'm
no.
guessing this one, baby.
Yes.
Baby.
Okay.
And you sort of see this woman going fucking ham on this bulldrum.
Ham.
At least
Yeah.
more immediately, Nimi's gonna cast an arm out aside and make like a gesture of like 2 people, and then gesture to the monster, which is more visible, and then look to Polaris.
Do you recognize those?
I'm just gonna go out on a limb and assume not.
Polaris. One of them, they both look familiar, but like not in a way that you quite recognize.
Wait,
Like you can't quite put your finger on it.
hear me out. Would I be able to have better chance of recognizing her because of Scythe Buddy solidarity?
I'm gonna say something about the scythe is even more familiar than the people.
It's
but
an
no.
alternate reality version of you.
I doubt
You
that.
sort of see them like going around. They don't seem to have noticed you yet. Yeah, she is like fine, right? The bulldrum just seems to have a lot of fucking stamina.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I remember.
Unlike, I drew it for fun because I like the idea of having like the one broken tusk, right? This bulldrum doesn't have any tusks. They've been sliced right off. You see her slice one right off, in fact.
Well,
Strong.
don't think they need our help.
I assume Polaris says like, "Oh, they seem familiar, but I can't place it."
And I think in this instance, like, she acknowledges it, but she just kind of looks at it and is like doing the thing of like, you see someone really good with your main weapon, and you're just kind of admiring it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you could only dream of doing the fucking shit she's doing right now.
Yeah, she's like, it's kind of like a, I don't want to. I want to ingrain this on my memory so I can like attempt to remember a fraction of this when I train.
Yeah.
Didn't the spirit mention something about girl with black hair?
Shit,
Nimmy
you're
nods.
right.
But she only said
There
one.
appear to be two of them.
Two
Um,
girl.
As you start to approach, this woman sort of like fucking jumps into the air, brandishing the scythe, and then swings it down, lands sort of next to the bulldrome, and his entire fucking head comes off.
Oh.
Oh. Impressive.
All right. Well, that's done. You know, you really shouldn't.
Nimmy snaps and makes a small explosion to draw their
She-
attention.
She doesn't react.
Yep, she's just alerting them of her presence.
Really shouldn't go off on your own, Aurora. It's dangerous out here, especially for someone as young and especially untrained as you. Okay, she reaches into her like bunny backpack, right, and pulls out a disheveled blue and silver flower. Polaris, you recognize it as a winter bloom, which is a flower that is very rare and has a very like short window for it to be in season. It is not in season right now at all. I just she's like the flower is like missing a petal. It's got dirt on it. This is the only one I could find. But I wanted to give it to you. Aw, that's sweet, kiddo. She takes it and sort of like brushes it off a little bit and puts it in her own hair. There we go. And brings her into a tight hug. You know, I love it very much, and I love you even more. Okay? But you need to be careful. You need to keep yourself so safe and careful right now, okay? Yeah. Her Aurora seems to reach up as she's like being hugged. Well, maybe I could go out on my own if I learned how to be cool like you, do all the cool fighting stuff, hunting. Aw. Well, okay. I love you, and I don't really want you to get hurt, but I'll help you, kiddo. Okay? We can train. We can start first thing in the morning. I'm strong enough to protect you and the village and the people, but only when I know where you are. And, well, I just don't, I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you, okay? She sort of puts her fingers together and sort of like squirms a little bit. Okay. But you better train me. I want to be cool. And, this woman pats her on the head. All right. But first, let's go home, kiddo, okay? We have got a lot of meat. And they start walking off.
I think ignoring us when we did an explosion is just, I don't think they're real.
Yeah.
Could be an illusion, but that was
Oh,
nice to see.
as
We
they're
could try to
walking
call
away,
out to them.
yeah, no, Nimi's gonna dart a tendril forward and just attempt to touch one of them.
You touch them. But the tendril sort of lets itself go.
Oh yeah, there's some shit going on here.
Out of pure curiosity,
Yeah.
give me a really quick second.
Yeah, you good.
I think the one is there's a soft ringing in the air again as Aster is going to attempt to apply a pale resonance to both the little girl and the woman individually.
Alright. Just show me what that does.
That's not what I meant to roll. Ignore that.
Initiative.
Dun, 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 dun.
Decides to fight the
Attempts
child.
to kill.
Kill!
There will be blood.
Pale
Shit.
resonance.
They didn't want to secret the target has a James choice. Target has a lens. Okay. You don't get anything from the girl. The woman, like, sort of like, you sort of get like a well, no, I should say you don't get anything from the woman. From the girl, you get an indescribable sadness.
Oh yeah, that older
Um,
woman died in the past or some shit.
But you don't get anything else, and they walk up the mountain past where you can see them.
Oh, before they fall in, did someone call out to them verbally, and I missed it?
I mean, Sendler would have, but and when they're being physically touched, I don't think that. I'm pretty sure it's an illusion
I mean,
or memory or something.
I mean,
I don't think it's necessarily an illusion, considering my resonance did apply.
I mean, Palaris probably also would have just because it's like, you know, maybe they're just not acknowledging us if we're just sitting there only interacting them with explosions and tendrils. As opposed to just
True.
being like, hey, what's up, like normal people.
Yeah. Well, yeah. As soon as they leave, by the way, let me just. Yeah, wind picks up. Give me rolls.
Oh, lovely.
Oh, I
Uh,
had a comedy bit for if I rolled a 1.
everyone except Asta is completely ready for this somehow. Asta, you just fucking immediately like flip 180 degrees like vertically, so your head is now like down.
Verglas gets hit with the
And then you just like go
ragdoll.
back like this many spaces and land just on your front. I'll
Shit,
say take
Esther!
like
Can I attempt to catch him?
I'll say take 3 damage. No, it just happens.
Darn.
I just think it's funny if it just like happens like that.
Good.
You're like
Everyone
trying to
braces Aster ragdolls.
yeah.
That's what I get for getting distracted.
You okay?
I'm fine. Be a lot worse off if we didn't have the blessing. Whatever it is.
Agreed.
yeah. So Nimi like looks to Polaris.
So you said this forest doesn't usually have montagnes, right?
Yes, it's a little unnatural for it to be here.
A little?
Any chance this is a message from the afterlife?
Nimi's gonna wrap everyone up again.
Yeah.
Smart move, smart move.
Well,
You haven't lost any movement, by the way. It's just the wind is picking up.
but you never know.
Good.
Well, I
Move on to the
can
next
see
map.
ghosts, but I assume you all saw that as well.
Nod.
Yeah, normally I
Like the
don't see
two
ghosts unless I'm in ghost mode. Or, you know, they're ghosts that are able to be seen, like, I don't know, that chat ghost woman or...
Or,
And it is
Half
possible
ghosts.
they...
Similar just goes, or gestures vaguely.
It's... I don't think they were spirits, because I can usually get responses from them.
Hmm. Well, there's one way to get an answer, kind of like thumbs in the direction that the women went in.
Yeah, she picked up that entire bull drone, by the way, with one hand. She hefted it onto her shoulder with one hand.
If we see them again, I'll see if I can touch one of them, because if I can't, that would at least deconfirm that they're spirits.
I already touched them.
How'd that go, bud?
Not as you'd expect.
Formation question mark.
Oh, I was supposed to play a track when that whole thing was happening. Oopsie.
Love
Nah,
now.
Oh, no, I wasn't. Hold on, no, it's the next part.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm good.
Yeah, you
I'm
are.
perfect, actually.
Yeah, you are.
Come on, guys. Take shape of that S everybody learned how to draw in middle school.
Yo,
Alright,
the S from, like,
okay.
the 60s?
Yeah, the funny S. There's not enough of us to make the funny S.
We made an S for a second.
But it's not,
not the funny one.
S.
Second.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
As you're sort of, like, climbing up,
Rock wall.
as you're sort of, like, there's a gap. As you're sort of, like, climbing, let's say climbing, as you're sort of trudging through, this place, every so often, like, one of you loses your footing a little bit, like, as it, like, sinks into the ground when you weren't expecting it. And, like, there's this discrepancy you can't quite figure out.
I wager the discrepancy is that maybe not all of this is actually grass, and that we only see it as grass, so our foot slips through because it is actually deep snow. But that's just my hunch.
That's
It's
just
just
a
your hunch?
theory.
Well, your hunch will have to wait. The wind
Hunch
picks up
theory.
again. Give me a roll, everyone. Nemi, give me 2.
Oh.
Holy fucking shit.
No, Simric.
Polaris is doing
Alright.
great!
Listen, I'm in my element.
Alright.
Crits.
Aster, Aster tries to stare at the wind, but cannot apply
Yeah.
it any time to the wind, and so nothing happens.
Would this one be proficiency granting?
No.
Yeah, didn't think so.
So, Nemi and Polaris, without confirming with one another, please type in the chat out of Simric and Senla who you'd like to grab. At the same time.
She'll tell you when to click on Drum, assuming then.
So you're asking whether I or Polaris would like to grab.
I
which
want you
one?
both. Yeah, I want you both to type either Simric or Senla. That is who you aim to stop.
Okay.
From falling.
No
Aster, you're
coordination.
kind of okay.
Okay,
I've got it
I'll-
typed.
I've also got it typed, and I'll screenshot it.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Enter. All right. Fantastic. You both grab your respective people. Senla is moved back down here. Simric bumps into Aster a little bit and moves here.
Thanks for the save.
Oh boy.
But you grab the rope to like pull Simric, which also helps pull Aster.
Yeah.
I
Although
like
Aster was
to
kind of fun.
I like to imagine that Nimi does pull the rope, but also because I think it's funny, she sort of just, without even looking back, throws hand back and picks Simran up by the
Yeah.
collar.
Lamau, yeah, yeah.
And also, Aster is mostly focused on themselves, but tries to slightly brace against Simric's back a little bit so that he doesn't fly backwards.
Yeah, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. You start moving onwards. The snow, like the snowstorm and trees start to like really, really like thicken and pick up, right? It like becomes like hard to move through these like small gaps, especially when you can barely see what's going on in the first place. And then Nemi, you notice it first. The sound of the snow beneath your feet, because there was always snow and then grass, right? So like, you know, got the sort of sound going on.
Yeah.
That is suddenly replaced with as though you're stepping on wood. Like a hardwood floor. And all of you find yourselves all of a sudden still snowing, still windy, inside a house.
Yeah, there's some shit going on here.
Oh, this song. Oh no.
So, the woman you saw before, is sat behind a like 13, 14-year-old girl. There's like some like small decorations, a well-loved bunny backpack on the desk. And she's like brushing her hair and like generally like taking care of stuff. Well, Aurora, is there anything you want to do with your life? I suppose. You've been training under me for a while, and I'm worried that this that you'll end up following in my footsteps when you might not want to. Well, Mom, I want to help you out. You're like an aide to the Snow Queen. I know that like, you know, she's young, but she's not that much older than me. I want to help with that. I want to I want to like, you know, go on adventures to like prove myself to the Queen and the spirits and the Guardians. Well, she sort of like smiles in a sort of like sigh kind of way. Well, what about before that? Is there anything you'd want to do before you sort of what do you want to do while working towards that? If there is anything. What there won't be anything I do before that. I just want to help you out. I'm just worried. She puts down the hairbrush. I'm just worried about you. I know I've said this time and time again. I won't be around forever to help you and protect you and everyone else. when I'm gone, you'll that'll the only way for you to awaken to your powers like I have is for me to be gone. That's just how those with silver blood are. And that's when you're officially going to be allowed to be an aid to the Snow Queen, to Queen Lumiki. But why do you have to die for stupid traditions? Like, why do you have to die before I can be of help? I'm strong. I've been working my butt off. I can use like a bow and hunt, and I can use a scythe almost as well as you now. She's exaggerating a little bit. But if you have to die for me to get what I want, I don't want it. Yes. Well, that's kind of what I mean. She hugs her from behind. I'm worried that you will spend your life working towards something that you won't end up accomplishing for many, many years. And then once that happens, what will have become of your life before that? But she's crying, like, a little bit, tears in her eyes, and she shakes her mother off and sort of like runs out the door up here, slamming it behind her into the snow. I'm just very worried. And she sort of seems to freeze in place.
Ma'am? Ma'am?
She is not responding.
So, like, what's our going theory, gamers?
I think
the moment the window pick up again.
There's someone's memories, presumably the
Oh, absolutely.
black-haired girl that was making her way up here.
Yo,
Almost
Polaris.
certainly this Aurora.
I'm gonna go try to poke it and see if I could figure out if she's like a ghost.
You have the fucking nerve to call me out for making an explosion of wisp, and you're gonna go poke it with a fucking stick.
No, with her hand. She's gonna be like, apologies for this, but we're trying to figure out the situation and not sure what's going on with you.
Yeah, you poke her. Feels human. Like you like pull her cheeks a little bit. Yeah, that's just a human right there.
Hey,
But she doesn't react.
hey, Polaris, do you know anything about, I don't know, silver blood or servants of Lumiki or whatever?
Give me a roll with advantage.
What a great question. Let's find out as a family.
Do you know anything about the, the choice words that were explained to us,
So
Wait.
um
Can I try to make it better?
Yeah, sure.
I'm gonna use Night Wonder on myself,
Okay.
and because I'm like, oh, this seems like pretty specific Borealis and Lumiki lore. I'm just gonna make a little
Keywords.
constellation of Lumiki's face to like inspire my memory.
Yeah, sure. Give it a roll. And make sure to take cost. Alright,
Yeah, I did got.
which one would you like first?
Whichever's easiest for you to get into.
Alright, so let's go with Lumiki. You sort of pick up on what she said, about the queen being young and like it wasn't said directly, but like you sort of pick up on these like unspoken words of like not like newly crowned, but like this is like early, right? This is definitely something like you are a lot younger, right? I think you're about the same age, in fact, as Lumiki. And she is again someone of reverence, with the traditions of the Borealis Expanse and how Snow Queen isn't like a monarchy thing, right? It's like it is a title given to the one most connected to the Borealis, and due to a lot of like traditions built up over time, they are generally like followed by people to protect them and keep the Expanse safe as a whole. You can assume that this woman is one of them. It's effectively like a group of both like priests and almost like shaman, I guess, and like hunters and fighters that just generally are spread out across the Expanse. There aren't many of them, but they like have this honor of working for the Snow Queen. And for the most part, everyone gets a shot at this. However, those with quote-unquote silver blood are special. Silver blood is a almost literal thing. Those with silver blood effectively within their body there is a strange substance that they could use to create weapons of strange silver or and like manipulate snow and ice even more so than most people like eat with like snow and ice related like epithets, right? If you had silver blood, then your eye would be like insanely strong. But yeah, the problem is that silver blood usually remains inert if like in some bloodlines, silver blood remains inert when it's like a hereditary thing, right? And in some bloodlines it doesn't. This seems to be one of those cases. You notice the like underside of this woman's hair is this like shiny, like silvery, opalescent color, the same as the scythe. Whereas Aurora's hair is all black. Yeah. And one more thing about Silverblood is the term people in the Expanse use for it. It is more commonly known as Borealis Silver.
Interesting. She will relay this information.
I guess if they're connected to Lumiki, that might explain why they're kind of familiar to you, even if you don't necessarily remember who exactly they are.
Yeah.
This is all very concerning.
Something
Things can be inferred, but some things can be inferred. But I get the feeling we're going to see more memories before this is done.
Nimi sort of looks down with a disgruntled expression and just mumbling.
I have a bad feeling about the dragon.
You're telling me, bruh.
Also, random side note, I don't suppose any of you possess the capability to be aware if you are trapped in an illusion.
I mean, not
I don't have any special
necessarily.
capabilities.
I mean, I could probably try to pull some bullshit with my planes, but last time I tried to get to a specific plane, something was up with that. Something felt a little off and I didn't quite reach it.
Yeah.
What's concerning? I have noticed that, well, looks at the area around them, it's just a wooden floor area in a snowfield, right?
It's like, this is like a house. You're inside a house.
Okay, so there are walls.
Yeah, but like, the floor is like partially like giving way to snow in random places. There's a tree and rocks around. But yeah, there's 4 walls, a roof. There's just snow inside as well. And it is snowing and windy inside.
Also, just a random heads up, be prepared to brace for when potentially the second this fades. Assuming it does again.
I've been braced.
Oh yeah,
It doesn't seem to be fading.
let's go follow the
How much do I
kid
bet
then.
that window will be strong enough to knock someone over once we open the front door?
Might as well see.
Or like the chair, or like the items that, like, let's say the plush, for example, is that like, I assume that's a plush.
Yeah, it's a plush. You can pick it up.
You can like pick it up, interact with it.
It's like a rabbit backpack.
Well, this is someone else's stuff, but just out of curiosity, she'll take one of the flowers from the pot and bring that
Yeah,
with her.
Smart idea.
Let's do the next of Aurora's memories.
Yeah.
Grips on the area next to the door frame before opening the door.
Yeah, no, that's a wall. I was gonna see if you tried to walk through it.
It's hard to
because
tell
if
where
you-
the door is.
Yeah, I know. No. That's what I'm saying. Like, I was gonna see if you tried to walk through the wall, or if you like just kept on going up, or if you actually went to the door. Yeah, no. You brace the door. Everyone gave me a roll with advantage.
Wow,
'cause
who
you
would
are
have
bracing.
guessed?
Bad.
That's not
I don't
an
know why
epithet.
it rolled 2 instances there.
I'm gonna say it's not an epithet roll. You open the door, preparing for the worst, and it's like a slight breeze.
Oh, I see.
Slightly more than was before.
Yeah.
Is continuing to roll amazing on all of the wind checks.
Yeah,
Listen, this is literally wandering through my blizzards is my literal job. I would hope
Yeah,
I'd be good at
I
it.
just think it's funny that Roll20 is like actually giving that character detail to you just for free.
This is what my... Is this my 4th or my 5th on these?
Too many.
I think it's your 3rd.
Your average is gonna be cracked.
Oh yeah, I've been looking at this like, oh god, when I get back to the averages for modern episodes, that's gonna be hell.
So, when Sumner opens the door and it's just a light breeze, he's like,
Yep.
I hate to say it, but I'm almost disappointed.
You open the door and step through. And you step through. Hold on, Roll20's having a little fit. There we go.
It's having a little bit of a hissy fit.
You step
Or
through
is it ever not?
into the same house.
Wow! Wow!
You see
From a slight
you
different
see
angle.
you see the woman and Aurora sitting at a table talking. Aurora is older now. She looks about 17. And you like these two still seem like really close, right? Polaris, the flower pot you picked from earlier, you can see that, like, you know, there's flowers in it still. It's like a succulent that you can take care of for years. And you know, it's thriving. It's actually bigger. Polaris no longer has the flower though that she picked up.
Yep.
Yeah. They are talking about something, but you can't really quite figure out what it is. And then the ground starts to rumble.
Uh-oh.
and you
Oh, no.
hear at the same time two things. The first one is a fucking earth-shattering, like, almost like explosion in the far distance, and like you all whip your head to look sort of out the window of the house, and you see in the distance, it wasn't there before, you see growing out of the ground Verglas' mirror, the dungeon.
So this
And-
happened recently.
You then hear just a guttural, almost like what's the word? Rampaging roar from high above you. You hear it a few times. The two women at the table, one of them, you know, as I said, now about 17. The other one, clearly a lot older than she was, now seeming to be like in her like mid-40s. Or like late 30s, rather. They both stand up at the sound of the dungeon erupting from the ground. And the mother sort of rushes past you. You actually feel her like push you out of the way. And as she's like about to get to the door, Aurora runs up and just grabs her by the sleeve. And you see them making like a conversation. It's just muffled and muted, almost like you're trying to listen to it underwater. They're sort of speaking almost at like great length and very quickly. And as soon as you sort of register these sort of events, it all blends in, and you just hear Aurora shout, "But why do you have to go?" The woman turns around again to stare at Aurora, looking down on her, and sort of kneeling a little bit, putting her hands on her shoulders. Things have been peaceful for a long time. And she whips out her scythe from seemingly nowhere and points it at the tower. But in a time of evident crisis, should I stay home and do nothing? I am a protector of this place. I'm worried about what will happen to you. Well, I'm worried about what will happen to the village and you. Sorry. This skips forward almost. There are vines growing in the house as you're like in here. Aurora and her mother had left at some point. But you know, as time moves on, she's back for a little bit. And she holds her close. The monsters have been coming out. The signs were obvious. We didn't pay heed. I am going to go to the shrine to see what's going on with Verglas' mirror. I promise I won't do anything dangerous if I don't need to. But there's a chance that I will. Aurora cries and pleads with her mother to stay, to not go to this dangerous, ominous tower. We can't... I just don't... We can't just live in fear and let the problem get worse. Would you rather me survive and let the whole village die? Yes! No! She says things without thinking. And her mother holds her close again. Perhaps that's where we differ. It's okay. She kisses her on the forehead. It's my duty to go. If I don't come back, keep the people of the village safe, okay? Whatever happened to yourself above, like, all else? That you were strong to protect yourself and everyone. Aurora, I am strong enough to protect them and myself and you. If I am given the opportunity. But you just said you can't protect everyone if you don't expect yourself to. I know. Her mother leaves. Aurora is left alone in her house. And she looks back into the doorway of her house as she's about to go. I am strong enough to protect them and myself, but not if I don't put myself out there and save them. I wouldn't actually go out there to save them. I couldn't live with myself if there was something that I could do, but didn't. And then she leaves for good. And Aurora, you all hear the sounds of, like, creatures and monsters outside that you've all recognized since you fought them before. And with tears in her eyes, Aurora grabs what she can, weapons, grabs the pink bunny, gives it a slight hug, and runs out to help protect the village.
Zenler is, like, breathing heavily, like, he's not sure what emotion he's feeling, but it's not a positive one.
That woman just raised as many death flags as she could in one conversation. I don't know, man.
There's nothing we can do to change what has happened.
Mm.
Yeah. We can't change the past, but we can change the now. Let's keep going.
Indeed. Yes. Let's keep going.
I wonder if we're gonna be in this house for the third fucking time.
Are there any papers on here that reveals anything?
I'll say you don't need to roll. You learned that Aurora's mother's name is Borea.
Good.
The sad
the track title.
Yeah. But other
Trying
than
very
that,
hard
it's
not to say it.
other than that, it's just random writings, stories, some folklore. There's at least one fan fiction.
Does it seem like the fan fiction was written by the mother or the daughter?
The daughter.
She's 17 years old. What do you expect?
Yeah, you know.
Is it now?
Does
The
it-
question is it DBA fanfiction?
No. Polaris, you see it? It's like Borealis Expanse folklore fanfiction, and it's like, huh, it's good stuff.
Oh, it's good. So it
A
would be
woman of
something that would,
culture.
theoretically, if we have to fight an evil one of her, could be brought up to embarrass her.
Yes, absolutely.
It's actually ABD fan fiction about Rio.
Yeah.
Polaris will take out a small notebook and take down the cliff notes of the fan fiction before carrying it out.
You see written at the top, almost like she doesn't have a computer clearly, but you see written at the top, final draft version 3.
Version 3. Oh, I
no.
feel that in my heart of hearts.
Also, out of curiosity, would it seem like there's any non-fanfic folklore that would be unfamiliar to Polaris?
You can't really see any.
Fair enough.
You also can't open the drawers or anything. They're sort of shut.
Sendler picks up the bunny backpack and just kind of looks at it for a while.
Oh, dude, that's a bunny backpack. It's well worn. You realize that it was on the back of baby Aurora back in the first time you saw them.
He keeps thinking about implications and how important this thing was to Aurora
Yeah.
before setting it back down.
It is very clearly designed to look like a lupine.
I
cutesy.
did figure that out. But pink.
Yeah. Also, before you even get to the door this time, everyone make rolls! It's time! Regular rolls! You weren't braced for it this time. Oh, maybe one of you was.
I mean, Simric was the one opening the door.
Yeah, Simric, your catboy senses activate.
Windy.
And you crouch down, claws in the ground. And I'm gonna say you managed to steady Nemi as well, so everyone's fine.
Whoa there, partner.
But you are leaving cat claw marks that are
It's fine. This
peeling
isn't
the wood
real
away.
anyway.
Yeah.
We get to this house in the real world and find that one of the flowers is missing and that there's claws and the claw marks on the boards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, you can continue forward if you want, or you can do what you want.
Sendler sets down the bunny plush and moves towards the door.
Well, let's get going, gamers.
Let's get going.
Alright. You all well, Asta or Simric opens the door. And
I thought it was already open.
it would have closed.
Oh yeah.
And as you are traveling, you realize that you're once again traveling through the actual mountain again for a bit. But soon you all come across something extremely familiar.
It's the house for
same
the
house?
third time.
Hayata Village, the tower.
Okay.
Let me fucking get to it.
DBA
Let me
locker
fucking
room?
get to it!
The void.
Yes, the void. You all
Yes, the
love.
void.
You all
Oh, I
love.
love the void.
You all love the void.
I have it, void.
You all come
Ah.
across the steps to the tower, and
Ah.
you notice in front of it Boria looking up at the tower. Well, suddenly looks to be a problem. The doors are wide open. You've been to the front of the tower? These trees and rocks aren't normally there.
Yeah, I did notice that.
And she then freezes, blinks, turns around. Oh, hello?
Wait, shit. Does she see us, or...?
Shuffles side to side to see if she tracks our movement.
She does?
Oh, shit!
You can actually see us this time.
Oh, this one isn't an illusion, thank God!
What? Illusion? That's
strange.
We've been following your daughter's memories for the last hour and a half.
Oh.
He's exaggerating.
She sort of blinks a few times, looks back up at the tower. I'm gonna roll for something for her. You know what? I'm gonna let that happen. She looks at you all, sort of blinks, rubs something out of her eye. Okay. Well, if you've seen some stuff regarding me and Aurora, she looks back at the tower. What do you think?
About the tower?
Well, not just about the tower, but it's my duty to protect everyone. And protect the Queen. But it's also my duty to be there for Aurora. And, well, I feel like I'm having second thoughts.
Nimi ponders a moment, sort of just taking in everything that's been. They've been rather pensive this entire time. She sort of lets out a sigh as like a huff of steam comes out of her mouth.
This probably isn't my place to step in. But having been in a similar situation, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. You're doing what comes naturally, you're doing what's in your heart. They might feel differently about it. They might even resent you. And if you died, it might even be painful. But I think...
She sort of frowns a bit.
I think regardless of what you choose or what they choose, showing them who you are and what you stand for is equally as important. You're setting an example. You're leaving something behind.
She gives a slight smile before looking to the rest of you.
To be honest, I don't have much of a strong opinion. A lot of your motivations and your split thoughts are related to your strong personal connections, which is, I don't know, not something I can personally relate to much. I just sort of go by the whims of myself, what I'm feeling in the moment, so... And it hasn't led to a bad life, so...
Well...
Agreed.
I certainly kind of wish that maybe not for me, but that my daughter could live kind of like that. She sort of steps up to the thing and puts a hand on one of the steps. I just have this fear that once I walk up these steps and through that door, that I won't be coming out. That I won't see my daughter's bright smile again, or my friends, the Queen, or anything else.
You have to do this alone?
I'm the only one here. Everyone else is dealing with the waves of monsters that have already poured out of this place. And I'm the closest one left.
I've never been much of one for understanding the whole duty to do this or that or to protect this person. I've always just done what felt right in the moment. The right thing to do. It isn't always obvious. But if you spend forever wondering if you're doing the right thing, that's no way to live life at all.
I suppose you're right. I just want to keep everyone safe and do the best that I can.
Then protect them.
Been in the Verglas mirror before, not when it was like this, but I probably know it better than anyone else. And, well, she sort of looks to you all. She has tears in her eyes. Unfortunately, I think I already made my choice.
Sandler
Lovely.
closes his eyes and looks down.
Walks forward. If you see my daughter, Aurora, look after her for me. And tell her that she is and always will be the brightest and most important thing in my life, and raising her was the happiest I've ever been. And that I'm sorry that I had to leave her so early.
Understood.
She looks at you all, takes a little bit of an extra look at Polaris, wearing clothes you'd expect from people who live in the Expanse. I'm afraid I don't know who you are specifically, but if you would, in particular, if you could be her friend, I would appreciate it. Someone living in this place.
I would do my
make
best to
things
honor
easier
that.
For her.
Of course.
And with that, she turns around, and as she does, silver pours out of her arm and forms into a scythe. I must go. Keep people safe.
before you enter,
She looks back.
there's some information that we have that may help you. I'm not sure how much of this matters or where we are temporally, but we're part of a large group of people known as the Destruction Bench Agreement. And we were called here by the Snow Queen to help with the situation. Several members of DBA entered the tower in our past, which may very well be your future. If you see them, they can help you, I'm sure.
She nods. I appreciate it.
Also tell him we said hi.
That's also important.
I'll do so. She smiles. Tears are rolling down her face.
Tears are rolling down Zendler's face as well.
Well, she steels herself and walks inside into the darkness.
Yeah.
The doors are still open.
As they walk away, Nimi's expression throughout that conversation has sort of slowly been turning into more and more of a deep frown, and they almost seem a little bit annoyed. And for just a moment, they sort of open their mouth to speak up as they're leaving, but for whatever reason, hesitate and nothing comes out. She just lets out a breath and just kind of clenches a fist. As the heat around her rises a bit, she just sort of like angrily mumbles, "Should have fucking told her yourself."
It's fucking bullshit. Isn't it?
As of note, there's no wind here. The snow is falling very lightly.
Nothing we could have said would have changed her mind, would it? It wouldn't have changed anything, would it?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
All
by
we
the
can do is
terrain,
move forward.
We're still in a memory space sort of thing, I assume. Just a one that can interact. I'm curious if anything we said here will come up for the other group.
I guess.
I hope so, because that would mean she survives long enough to meet them. Probably.
If it helps any of you,
medicine,
if it helps any of you feel any better, we've got no reason to believe she's dead currently.
Indeed.
I guess. I really hope she's okay in that case, but
We aren't going to know until this whole thing is over.
I guess there's no use in just sticking around here.
Agreed.
You see there is no way back.
Like a solid wall behind us, or
No, it's just like it's just like the worst snowstorm you've ever seen in your life.
I guess slowly gestures at the open door of the tower. That way,
Yep.
maybe?
It's open.
we are in this weird memory mindscape stuff.
Swear to God,
Yeah,
if I
and-
have to
Door
see
leads
you
somewhere
die,
else.
I'm noping out of here, gamers.
I respect that choice. Also, just be prepared to brace again just in case.
So do you think we're gonna have
Smart.
to fight the dragon, or whatever's attacking the dragon?
I'm assuming whatever's attacking it, since the goal is to save the dragon, but I don't
Well,
know.
you never know, it might be infected.
I'm expecting it to get infected with the shadow touch before we save it. We'll try.
I'm hoping
I'm
for
not
the
gonna hold
best
that
case scenario, you know? Because we've dealt with enough worst case scenarios. We deserve a gimme, you know?
You
Indeed.
you enter the tower, Verglas's mirror, and the door shuts behind you.
deployed again. Yippee.
Smash cut to Madison killing her.
Well,
This place feels weird, to say the least. A solid
That's all
ice
memories.
floor, akin to the one you found in the one that was in Neve's cave, suddenly almost like merges with a rocky interior. Snow still coming down, no wind.
onwards.
The floor texture here being different. That's just a texture change. It's not like a wall or
No,
drop
it's,
or anything.
as I said, it's merging with the floor. What felt like, not quite right, like, wooden floors and grass that would sometimes sink. You could always sort of like subconsciously tell that there was like a snow texture above it. In this place, it's completely solid rock.
So this place might be more real than others.
And you come across an opening, a chamber of sorts. And the snow doesn't reach this area.
Tendler takes a deep breath and steps forward.
And as you all step into the room, the sound of the snow and wind no longer can you hear. Instead, you just hear quiet sobbing.
Oh no.
Aurora is in the middle of the room. Polaris, you in particular note the underside of her hair is now an opalescent silvery white.
Yeah.
If what you remember about Silverblood is correct, and what Borea told her a while ago, the only way for her to awaken Silverblood is for her mother to no longer be here. Why? She's shouting. She doesn't seem to notice you. She slams her fist into the ground. Why did she have to die? Why did she have to go into the dungeon? Why alone? Why couldn't others go with her? Why couldn't I go with her? What am I gonna do now? Her last wish was for me to protect the village. It's fucking selfish. She took her own life away from me. Now she wants to act. She expects me to act like I won't grieve. She wants me to protect the people that not even she could. How is it fair? How is any of this fair? The tears seemingly drying up, no more to flow.
Life never presents itself in a fair way.
She looks over at you.
His face is mostly shadowed over. Sometimes
Grabs you.
takes away.
Why?
Looks her in the eye.
Why did she have to go?
Because
She's
there was
all I
no one
have.
else who could.
There are plenty of people who could. We just had to wait. I could have gone with her. I'm not as strong as her. You know, I don't have a... Didn't have, she sort of realizes, a cool, invincible weapon. But I could have helped her. She walks away. What am I supposed to do now? Just sitting up against like a wall facing it. Fetal
You
position.
You grieve. Move on with your life. Take care of the people that need help. Offer protection to those who can't protect themselves. You continue, or she couldn't.
She doesn't... She's listening, but she doesn't make any sort of moves. To sort of do that. To acknowledge you right now.
This pain that you're going through. I understand that it's overwhelming. And that it feels like none of it ever mattered. I get it. But grief is you need to do, I guess. Then, as the tears have dried, we move on. Remember the good times.
I don't want to move on. I don't want to just grieve either. She's gone. I have no way of getting her back.
And your only other option is denial. Your options are to move on or to sink into denial.
She grits her teeth, sort of gets up, fists clenched. Like she feels like she is like gonna like punch you or something.
He would let her.
She sort of calms down a little bit, punches the wall. Her hand starts bleeding, but the wall has a giant crack in it. And before much else can be said, almost as though you all blink at the same time. You are no longer in the room. You hear you hear scraping of stone against stone. As an ice-cold wind hits your face. Your faces. And you're here in a strange cave. You can faintly hear sobbing behind this giant ice door.
Is it a door or a wall? Like, can it be opened?
It's a door, but it cannot be opened.
Locked.
Nope, it just shuts.
Does it look like Aurora's on the other side?
Oh yeah.
Everyone, do we melt through this and?
It doesn't
sure
look like you
we
can.
can stay.
You've just been almost like she is shutting you out. You have been shut out of that chamber. You seem to be in a big old cave with a nest in the corner.
Ah, the rock.
There's an opening to the cave. And does anyone have like a watch on them? Or like a phone?
Sandler has a phone, I guess.
Not on
Yeah.
him, but he can usually kind of page over to a adjacent plane if needed.
Yeah. Semla, you sort of like get this like otherworldly sense of like needing to like call someone, right? Like almost like you want to call your family, but you can't. But as you look at your phone, you notice it's been 3 days since you left Neve's cave. You haven't slept or felt hungry, but you can tell from the wind, the fact that you're at a seemingly abandoned nest, you're at the top of the mountain. And if people want, this is our stopping point for this session. If no one wants to continue after it.
There is a fight left, and we all know how long fights take, so...
Yep.
Yeah. And considering when some of us need to be awake, I would probably say wrap up RP and then stopping point,
Yeah,
personally.
I agree.
Yeah.
That sounds good.
With that though, yeah, feel free to have any wrap up RP before we finish it.
Sandler puts his phone away, and anyone looking at him would notice, like, he is crying now, like, confused. And he does say, looking at the clock on my phone, we've been at this for a while. Says, with the date, unless I'm mixing things up, it's been 3 days since we left that cave.
Yeah, it felt like
A few
maybe like 6 or so, maybe 8 or so hours. Like still like a rough climb, but you have no idea how you managed to climb so much.
Sandler turns to look at Aurora again. I wish
Yeah,
there was
does
something
it-
I could do to help her.
It's a solid ice door. You can't really see past it.
Right.
But you can hear her. She has started crying again.
Hand against the ice.
It's
what she said. Huh?
I was gonna say, it's basically the same kind of ice inside the cave.
Yeah, I figured. He then just kind of says, I will honor the promise we made to Gloria. We'll be her. We will come here. But for now, she needs time alone to grieve. I doubt there's anything we can do.
Nimi just sort of...
She doesn't need time to grieve. Grieving isn't gonna help her right now. What she needs is to be alone. That's what she's got.
And Jenna turns.
Sandler sits down against this pillar.
What we
That's it.
suspected.
Oh, go on.
No, you go.
What we suspected turned out to be true. I don't know if that was Nieve showing us something to help us, or maybe just the mountain playing its tricks. Regardless, now it's do or die. We're at the top, there's no going back. I mentioned at the bottom that if you plan to stay behind, if you do honestly fear for your life, I have no qualms letting you stay here. it just means I'll go twice as hard. But if you do want to go up, and you plan to fight the dragon, on your behalf or even hers, she gestures with her cane behind the wall, we'll kick its ass. And we'll tell her herself that you can be strong enough to survive.
Sandler looks Nemi in the eye and then just says, I've spent most of my life in fear of dying. It hasn't stopped me yet. I will go with you to save the dragon.
Aster's just sitting cross-legged in front of the ice door, just sort of looking at it.
It's fucking like you sort of tell Aurora didn't make this door. The door was already here. It's like built into the side of this cave inside the mountain. It's very like weirdly ornate. And Aurora, give me a roll with advantage.
Aurora?
Sorry, Polaris. Aurora was on the mind.
That's
Aurora Borealis.
Yeah.
Listen, it's fine. Her name is my epithet. It's fine.
And before she's like an epithet made living.
Does it seem like the door was made like after she was in there?
No, the door looks like it's always been there. But yeah, as I said, give me a roll with advantage.
No, that's a good advantage to have.
It takes you some time, like 10 minutes, before something clicks in your brain. There's a giant carving on this door, and although it was smudged when you saw it earlier, putting it together, it's the same carving that you saw on the mountain back in the base cave.
What is the carving of?
It is of kind of like a series of dots in a cross shape. That's about it.
Is it something that be recognizable as a constellation?
If it is, it's not one you recognize. Although, you know what? I'll give you one more roll. Just a flat one roll.
Out of the cards, baby.
Maybe it's the maybe it's the constellation for maths.
Wait, no. Listen. I am going to God, what's the name of the divinity?
Them's the circles.
I'm gonna night wonder myself to see if that can spark knowledge.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so specifically the symbol that I'm trying to make with this night wonder is I'm basically trying to like dance a bunch of like different symbols and images real quick, forming them over the existing dots to see if anything sparks recognition, like in association with it. We'll see.
Yeah, alright. Yeah. It's not a known constellation. It's definitely not a constellation, like well-known. It's definitely not a constellation that we in real life have. You sort of like go into your mind palace, swiping things around, like up and down. The calculations start forming as you're like going through like the mental imagery of all of the like, books you've read on different folklore, and one sort of comes up. You can't quite remember it perfectly. It's like almost like it's like half like charred in your mind. But you do get a name. If you had to guess on this being a constellation, its name is Guardian of the Lost Star.
Interesting. But this Guardian of the Lost Star does not associate with the Guardian of the Expanse, the dragon.
No. The Expanse has a lot of guardians and a lot of like folklore and spirits. This seems to be one that's like really, like almost like, as I said, almost like it's, almost like history has been trying to hide it. Like, even to the point of like that was like a paragraph in like an odd book you found like under a desk in a secret room in a library.
Interesting.
That you don't remember. And you're not sure if Lost Star is the name of the constellation, or if Guardian of the Lost Star is the constellation.
Gotcha.
While all of this has been happening, Aster probably noticed it considering they followed after, but Simric's been kind of planar shift disassociating, and at this point, after we've arrived at the cave, he's just kind of sat down, kind of head in knees, just like disassociating from the entire situation at the moment.
Yeah, you it took you a couple attempts to like get into like to like get into the groove of switching planes again. It was like weird while you were like climbing the mountain, but now you're like really certain you're back in control.
Yeah. He's just going to whichever one feels comfortable, that's familiar, you know?
Yeah. And while you're like while you're like sat down, a little friend comes out and starts like pressing up against you.
Oh.
Like a cat.
Yeah, like a kitty cat.
Esther will also, given the situation and having sort of been behind and therefore sort of forced to some extent pay attention to Simmer for most of the time, I'm gonna go ahead and I believe it's teal resonance. Yeah, teal resonance on Simric. The usual soft ringing bell sound, and just, you know, Simric, you would just hear in your mind, if you need someone to talk to you about what's going on, I'm listening.
Is just because it's been a while since resonances, is it something where they just have a mental connection at the moment?
Basically, yeah. They can telepathically communicate while you have the teal resonance.
Gotcha. In that case, Simric will probably just be like, just not right now, but maybe later. It's a lot.
Mental thumbs up.
Yeah. Although you probably put this together already, especially Aster. The feeling you got from the little girl of indescribable sadness is now overlapped onto the real Aurora.
Yeah.
There's no longer like a disconnect there anymore. But yeah, if anyone has anything else to say, they can. But I'm not going to put them down again. I'm giving you rewards for climbing up the mountain. Not many. Literally 3 stamina, 1 prof, and once again, I'm gonna go with 5 comp because I like giving the comp out, and you guys have been through a lot. Aurora, and even Borea are valid targets for this if you want, for comp.
Yay.
Yay. I think I'll go for comp this time because you've given me an incentive. I'll put in chat my distributions.
Yep.
I think honestly, I'm also gonna go with comp because I actually think Aster would. There are a couple of people Aster would, to some extent, want to gain companionship with at this point.
Yeah. And when you gain that max, if you gain max stamina, you can add it on top of, like, your temp stamina will remain consistent.
How much
so
was it again?
5.
5. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 stam, 1 prof, 5 comp.
Gotta take the companionship.
It's been a harrowing experience.
Go like.
I hope people have had fun. And I hope people have been sad.
Yeah.
Wow. Sadness.
If I got one tear to roll down a face, I've done it.
Good job, Penny.
Not including my own, because I'm very upset by this whole situation.
I bet you are. You bastard.
Yeah. Drake, you there?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just going through the motions.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, listen, I think this is like very good, very touching, very emotional, very great. Aster is mostly nonplussed.
Listen, I'm gonna be complete. I'll break kayfabe for a second there. The questions that I asked you recently, were not about you guys at all. I just wanted to get a general vibe for how you guys would feel about this whole situation and character. How about you, Quinn?
Yeah.
What do you feel? Like
Now, my heart is I must fulfill the last wish of the mom, so I want to put 5 into Aurora.
That's why
Because-
I put 4 into Aurora.
Yeah, because she like specifically was like, "Hey, you local, my daughter's also local. Be friends."
Yeah.
It's like when your moms like try to force you to be friends at the park, and you're just like awkwardly standing
Yeah,
together.
I will say, I was going to mention this earlier, but forgot once you left. It has now clicked. You have seen Borea before, like, from a distance. Like, when she's been with, like, Lumaki, when she's been going around.
Actually, I'm gonna do Aurora 3, her mom 2.
Yay!
Rare
Comp to the dead
companionship.
mom! Woo!
Hey,
Got some-
listen, I can speak to the dead. That might come up for
Oh,
me.
you know what? You're right.
Good point.
It's true, bestie.
You know,
Hey,
got rare.
Over this whole time, Polaris has been in the awkward state of, I have had a very similar personal experience that I would like to share and empathize, but also I'm with a group of a bunch of strangers.
Yo, you too, bud?
YouTube.
Looks at Sendler, who has lost most of the people in his life.
And it has been televised on TV. Yeah.
yeah.
It's crazy, bro.
Crazy.
Quick question. Do we keep this extra stamina?
Oh yeah, no, you'll keep it. You'll keep it until the end
What
of
are they
the
sure?
session. Like the episode, I should say.
Yeah, okay.
Once
Session,
you are
episode, it's weird.
once this is all over.
No one's keeping that extra stamina through the fight, I'm sure.
Probably not. You're probably gonna fucking.
Yeah, but you
lose
might
a lot
want
of
to
it.
just, in case of Roll20 glitch shenanigans, keep note of what your stam is right
Yeah.
now. Mine is exactly 10
like-
above.
Same here, bestie.
Same here.
Mine is 9 above.
Yo.
Nemesis is 2.
Yo.
I gotta protect the
To be
group.
fair, Nemi was spending stamina.
Oh
on
yeah.
things,
Oh yeah. I was bouncing between 10 and 15 for a long time, and I was like, no, they're gonna need it.
Yeah. We do have baby party.
Yeah.
Alright.
How much is Polaris up? I'm just gonna write down all of these just in case.
I'm up 10.
You're up 10.
10.
Okay, so Polaris, Simric, and Sendler up 10. Nemi up 2. Astra up 9.
I am gonna turn off this fucking depressing ass music real quick.
Yay.
This fits.
Wrap up time! Wrap up time! Woo!
Yeah.
Wrap up time turns on relaxation station.
Yeah, no, you know what? No, I'm gonna play. No. I'll play Polaris's theme. I think.
I did get a few 20s.
Yeah, exactly. And also, you're from Penn. You know, you get special privileges.
Hey.
And the mood is completely different now.
Yeah. Well, we're done. Drake, you can decide what you want from that at a later time, if you wish. But I want to wrap up. Because it's late.
Yeah.
And not everyone could be here forever. I could be, but not everyone else. So, I want to say thank you to everyone who is playing, of course. Thank you to people watching. Thank you to Scarlet for helping make this. We will return with the final part, not final draft version 3, final part of the Borealis Expanse arc for this party soon. It is all ready to go. It'll just be when we get to schedule it.
Yeah. Final draft version 4.
Exactly. Yeah. I hope everyone
There
had.
will be no version 5.
I hope everyone had a great time. Even if it was emotionally a lot.
Emotionally scarring, yeah.
Yeah.
And if people wanna see the other parts, where should they go?
Where should they go? Someone with the link should tell them.
I can't open
Hi everyone.
Discord without it
I
crashing.
have the
Scarlet
link.
posted it
I
earlier.
have the fucking link. Let me fucking talk. If you've seen what we've done and you think to yourself, this was good, I want to see more, learn how to see more, understand that seeing more in the future is a possibility, know when we're doing more and otherwise, I would recommend praying to the gods of the Borealis Expanse.
Yep. I would
Time
too.
dining our Discord server is also an option.
Also that.
Woo! Alright, and with that, thank you, Penny and Scarlet, for running!
Yay!
And thank
guys
you.
for playing.
Yeah, and thank you viewers for watching these shenanigans.
Bless
Thank you,
you.
Iris, for sneezing.
Shut up.
Oh, it was Iris. I did bless her.
You have to bless Iris, by the way, just to let you know. Alright, and with that, I'm gonna click that funny button that ends everything.
Alright.
It ends the world! I'm going